And welcome everyone to Tyranny of Dragons. I am Mr. DM, and with me are my fantabulous players. Hello, fantabulous players.
Hello, fantabulous DM.
Oh, so sweet. Yes, so welcome. We're gonna get started in just a minute. Once I get through the announcements. So once again, quick announcements. And they've already started. I can see them in chat, but for those who are not aware, inspirations. You can purchase inspirations using channel points. You can, for the players, you can go get up to 3. You can determine either an individual player or the group. If you give it to the group will decide how they're used. If they're not used by the end of the session, don't worry. Those points will get refunded back to you, so you can use them for next time. But if you're looking to be a little saucy, a little Randy, or some other person from the South, you can get me an inspiration. And you can, it's a little more expensive because you are directly influencing the DM. But, you know, it might be worth it. I might help them, I might hurt them. Who knows? So, you know, but again, if it's not used, you'll get it back. No worries. Second announcement. As you can see, we are down another player, Matt. Don't worry, Matt is okay, but he is still having life happen. So we will not have a Matt till hopefully next week. Fingers crossed. But Matt will be returning to our game whenever Matt can, and you know he knows that we love him and that we miss him, and we hope that he comes back soon. So regardless, we have the Vincent picture there as a placeholder for him until he returns. Third announcement, there is going to be a possibility, not next week, but the following week, that we may not be playing. I will keep everybody updated as we kind of move forward. But considering where we are, where we will be, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, it'll be important for every single player to be at a session. So we will definitely be missing one player. Our lovely S. Jane will be on her honeymoon finally.
Yay!
So since things have let up a little bit on the COVID front, they are able to travel. Her and my best buddy Brendan will be on their way to Hawaii, and I am wearing a shirt in honor of that. No, I always wear these shirts, but it kind of fits. So they will be in Hawaii on their honeymoon. We wish them to have a wonderful time. But as I said, depending on where we are, we may not be playing because it'll be important for everybody to be there. So we'll figure it out, and I will keep everybody updated as we move. Fourth announcement. We got a lot of announcements. Fourth announcement. As a reminder, I am not streaming anymore on Fridays. Fridays no longer Friday Night Magic. Doesn't mean that I don't play Magic anymore. It's just I'm not streaming it anymore due to scheduling. So I play when I can play, but I still play. So if that's something that you are still, you're like, hey, I want to play, send me a message, send me a DM. I will send you my information, and if I'm online, we can play. But I am not streaming that anymore on Fridays. So just bear that in mind. Wednesdays and Thursdays, still D&D. And last, but certainly not least, last announcement. Again, please, please, please support my fantabulous players, all of their content, all of the great, wonderful things that they do. I feel so honored to be their DM. but I also am really, really grateful that I can share them with all of you. The best way I can share them even more than seeing them here every week is to go follow and just support all of the stuff that they do. So during our break, make sure that you look at all of their information, take all that information, use that information, support them. Because if you don't, I'm gonna do a Jay and Silent Bob, and I'm just gonna go find your IP address, find out where you live. I'm gonna show up, and you're not gonna like it if I do. And kudos to anybody who knows where that reference from. So that's all for the announcements. And with that, let's get into our next session of Tyranny of Dragons. All right, and we are back. So, last session, you had all finished your some of you had finished your battles, and in doing so, you had some downtime, still waiting for Leeson to show up. Some of you were getting acquainted with certain individuals. One of you was taken to a secluded rock garden. And had a very nice dinner where you, Basha, where you got to know Baco, and learned a little bit about who he was and where his family was from. And you had a very, very nice, interesting evening, which, if I remember correctly, culminated in just a good evening kiss. Drovar, you also got to know the Squire of Barum Firefist, an individual by the name of I write all this stuff. Doring, where she gave you a little bit of more information on the Hell Riders, and why it's such a big deal that Barum is actually now more than willing to kind of vouch for you if at some point in the future you decided you wanted to be part of the Hell Riders. Very interesting. Sounds like a little dangerous group that just randomly rides into portals, determining if they are a threat and stopping that threat should they need to. The initial, I guess, if you want to say, initiation of this group was riding literally into portals to the Hells, hence their names. Gorple, you learned that Kale from Kale's Curiosities wants to give you a private tour of their private stash now that your group seems to have impressed this individual and you were invited to come back for a private shopping spree. and with some possible discounts, considering that 2 of the 3 individuals of your group actually took, for lack of a better term, took away the big dubs from their fights, and you have also kind of become to make a name for yourselves, even though your group doesn't actually have a name. You are making a name for yourselves. And last, but of course not least, Amala, you had a very enlightening conversation with the Ruby Dragonborn known as Kira the Blessed, where he kind of laid some heavy information on you about both Bahamut and Tiamat, and offered to conduct a ritual for you, which you didn't get a lot of information about this ritual. However, he kind of intimated that this would be something that you might want to consider if you are open to the things that he had said. In addition, Anthar and Leosin, who finally arrived, had a discussion not only with yourselves, but they burned the midnight oil and figured out exactly what next steps needed to be taken. The next morning, you all met, had that discussion, and Anthar just kind of laid it out mostly for you, where really need some actionable intel. You have kind of a time frame of sorts where you can actually get to Baldur's Gate most likely ahead of the caravan of the individuals who left after raiding Greenest. But additionally, you might actually have some time to also go to Candlekeep for other various things that are going on with your group, including the dragon eggs and the gem that Gorble carries with him, the hunter's livery. Maybe possibly finding out some more information about that as well. Anthar also did invite anyone that wished to join the Order of the Gauntlet, and Leosin also offered that as well, but his group belonging to the Harpers. 2 of you accepted the Harper invitation, much to Leosin's surprise. And he basically said that he would be back to you the following day with your pins, and gave you what sounded like your first assignment. As Harpers, it was to check in on some information about these 2 half giants that are possibly, the last thing that they heard was possibly being held up, being in a small little town, if you want to call it, right outside Baldur's Gate, which eventually you'll be making your way to. Anthar also, I'm just kind of recapping, just as a reminder, Anthar also did offer to get you transportation, not only via boat, which is what's going to get you ahead of the game here, but also whatever weapons and armor and supplies and horses, if you need them, that the Order can supply to you to help you succeed in your mission. That is where we left off. So right now, it's immediately after that meeting in the morning. So you have the day ahead of you, and you do have, if I recall, a list of things you want to get done. I will say you can definitely do whatever you like to do first, but Amala's ritual is going to be the last thing that happens. So whatever you would all like to do prior to that, the day is yours.
Shopping!
Yes.
Shopping.
Okay.
And we should figure out the Lightbringer thing.
Yes. Do we want to do that first before we shop, or do we want to do that after we shop?
Well, I figure if we offer the mace to him now, it's not like it's an ancient artifact. It was commissioned by the church, so it's not like, oh my God, we haven't seen this for hundreds of years. There's probably somebody saying, we've got a receipt, but we never got the damn thing. but it was built for them. So, I think he would find it useful, and I don't know. He seemed to take a liking to me after I kicked his ass.
Well, all right, let's take care of Lightbringer first. We'll go and
Get
I
the
will-
friendship. Get the
I will-
friendship of these lads. They apparently they know how to get to hell, which could be useful.
I know that the Order also wouldn't mind it, and they would trade us stuff for it. So that's another idea. That's kind of up to how you all feel.
I agree. That's another possibility. I kind of like the idea of us diversifying getting as many friends as we can find in different places to get more information about these guys. That we're hunting down. That's really the reason that I think it might be good going with him. But I will defer to others on this. That's just my vote.
I mean, realistically, what I was looking for is just something to be able to see in the dark because that's kind of what it's done for us. So having something in
Why don't we see what the cat girl's got to sell? Maybe there's something that'll fit the bill for that.
All right. I mean, we got some winning purses, so let's go spend our money.
Some of you have winning purses, not all.
Yeah, whatever.
That's true.
Yeah, but it's all group money in the end.
we're all a team, Masha.
I just need a flask of oil for no reason whatsoever.
I mean, I did use all of my flasks of oil when we fought those kobolds, so
Yeah.
I'm sure we get some from here.
I can give it to whoever has best throwing arm, but yes, if we need in future, we will have.
All right, well, we all geared up to go shopping.
Mm-hmm.
Got our purses ready to go.
Yep.
Okay. So, let's see. All right. So, you're going to Kale's first, or are you going? Okay. So you make your way to Kale's Curiosities. You've been there already before. As you enter the establishment and you open the door, the little bell, ding, 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 kind of goes off. And behind the counter, you see Kale just kind of sitting there. They have these very tiny little spectacles on the edge of their nose, and they seem to be kind of like going through some.
So I'll just
hits
go,
of paper.
finally, the champions have returned to your store, like you asked to get discounts.
Oh, it's wonderful to see. Straight to the point. I knew I liked you for many reasons, but yes, please come. And as you enter into the establishment, Kale comes out from behind the counter, and ushers you in. And as you kind of enter, the last one comes in. Kale very quickly closes the door and locks it and turns the closed sign on the door. Watching Drovar kind of begin reaching for his weapons. No, please. This is just because, as I told you, your diminutive friend here. These are not wares for everyone. These are wares for special individuals like yourselves. And I will be very honest. When I heard your friend saying things such as put him in a body bag, and watching how some of all of you conducted yourselves in the fights, I realized you weren't your ordinary type of individuals that come through here. And it is that very reason I decided to extend an invitation for a private showing of some of my wares that not everyone here would possibly understand.
And we might have the money for it now.
That is also true.
It probably didn't help that we dropped like 3,000 gold last time we were here. That had nothing to do with
No,
this.
not so much. I mean, I'm not to toot my own horn, but we have lots of individuals who do come to Curiosities because I have wonderful things. But between us, we have a lot of how do you say the scouts of young children here, very pure of heart, very they frown upon things that are not black and white, not acknowledging that gray areas exist. And so,
Paladins.
Oh, I know what you're looking for. Yeah, you're my guy. I get it.
I like you so much, my friend. I like you so. So, with that said, you watch Kale kind of turn around, and in the middle of the actual store is one of those display cases that has like all of the rings and the different jewelry that you had previously seen when you were here, and they actually reach underneath one of the tables, and you hear a clicking sound, and you watch as the tables just kind of move to the side. And as they move to the side, they are completely blocking a staircase heading downward. So if you would please follow me, I will show you to my other display floor. As you kind of make your way down the stairs, you watch as these torches that are not lit, as Kale walks past them, they just kind of start going on. And as you go underneath and you continue downward, and it's only maybe like about 20 or 30 feet down, you are now inside what looks like a small stone room. And you can see a number of items hanging, not many, but there are some items kind of hanging. You see a few cloaks that are hanging. There is a small display case that has 3 pieces of jewelry. But the thing that has the most items, if you will, is this display after the jewelry case, that there are just vials of different colored liquids. You can see, Basha, you are definitely familiar with these tools. You see 4 sets of thieves' tools. You see crowbars. There are, let's see what else is in this interesting little oubliette, if you will. Here we go. You can see there are flasks of oil. There are caltrops. There are these interesting vials with this kind of like brackish green color that is bubbling inside of the vials. The vials looking all extra thick. Like extra thick glass. There's a lot of interesting looking stuff in here. As you kind of taking it all in, Kale's like, so please feel free to ask. But as you can see, these are things that are not necessarily the things that those above really kind of use. So we have some poison. We have some acids, we have oils, we have interesting items that you might need in the everyday use of adventuring, as you seem to be of the adventuring nature. We have some interesting pieces of clothing that you might want. Those cloaks, by the way, those 3 in particular have been here for some time because there are those who cannot afford them. But maybe that is something that you would care to look through. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Well, you pointed out the cloaks, so what's special about them?
Right. So they go over to one of the cloaks, and as the cloak is just kind of like hanging from the wall, as Kale just kind of runs their hand down the cloak, you realize it doesn't actually respond like fabric. As they kind of put their hands through it, it almost looks like this kind of leathery, almost like it's leather, but a very light leather, and it's very flowy. And as Kale's running their hands, these cloak is very interesting. This cloak allows one, if they wish, to fly like a bat. It's a very interesting one. This one is called the Cloak of the Bat, interestingly enough. While wearing, you have advantage on stealth checks. in the dim light, you can grip the edges of the cloak, and you can use it to fly. It's a very interesting one. It's a very interesting one, but again, might not be for everyone. And sometimes, it's very interesting. Some of the individuals that come in here, they are not looking for what the items actually can do. They just look for the aesthetic. Does it match my armor? Does it match my? It's very silly. I think you just need to find the thing that works for you, and then use it as you need to.
Basha activates her cloak of glamour right then, just to be like, yes!
Yeah, exactly. See, you understand. Now this one, and they move to the next one, and this one is kind of like this bright red cloak. It's got this yellow trim on it. This cloak is very interesting. It's pretty good for getting out of tight situations. It is called the Cloak of the Mountebank. You can use it to basically you summon a magical door that you can step through, and you can get to places that's pretty far away from you. It's good to get you. Pretty good to get you out of tight situations.
I look at my billowing cloak behind me and just sigh, really sadly, looking back at the cloak of the mountebank.
And then they kind of move over to the next one. Now this one, and this one's a very beautiful. I mean, they're all beautiful looking cloaks, but this one's kind of like this kind of light blue with gold and silver trim on the edges. You can kind of see very lightly glowing, just these runes that are just kind of like etched, sewn into the edges. Not this one, not as fancy, I guess, as these two, but it's a good one. This is a cloak of protection. This one actually it makes it very either harder for you to hit, and it just helps you stay alive a little longer. The magic inside of it is what does it. While it is very beautiful material that was used to make it, these cloaks specifically is very hard to destroy and makes you harder to hit. It's almost like wearing armor, but it is a beautiful cloak,
I feel like myself or Vincent needs that. Probably Vincent.
You turn around and Vincent's just kind of looking at some of the vials. He's just kind of looking over the vials. He goes, "Huh? What?"
Never mind.
Honestly, I kind of want to see Quarple with the cloak of the bat. I think that'd be pretty great.
Just flying frog, no one would expect it. It would be very scary.
Maybe, I don't know. Does the cloak let you see in the dark?
Well, interestingly enough, it does not. However, an interesting little thing it does, if you are wearing it in either dim light or darkness, you can transform yourself into a bat, and then you'd be able to see lots of things.
What?
What? Gorple!
What?
Gorple the bat!
It only works like this for that specific thing once a day.
That's definitely interesting. I'd like to hear more about other stuff, but
All right.
there's some choices we could talk about. I feel like there's going to be a lot of choices, and we're going to have to narrow down what we truly want.
Yep.
I agree, but can you tell us the price tag on each one of these cloaks?
Oh, absolutely. I will go from cheapest to most expensive. The Cloak of Protection is actually the least expensive of the cloaks. That is going to run you 2750 gold pieces. I mean, considering that it does do exactly what I say it does, it's pretty worth it. It's like, think of it like buying a whole suit of armor, but it's in a cloak. I mean, granted, armor is pretty good, but I'm making the sales pitch here. It's a pretty good cloak. Now, that's the normal price. For obvious adventurers such as yourselves, who, especially some of you, and I mean, I am so blessed here to have the Grand Champion shopping within my store. I can give you the champion price for this. And I could do it for 2,100 gold. So that's the cloak of protection. Huh? Cloak of the mountebank. Okay, that, because of what it does, kind of get you out of sticky situations. The enchantment is very difficult to put on this specific type of enchantment. That one would normally run you about 3,500 pieces of gold. Again, champion prices. I could possibly part with it for 3,150. Now, the Cloak of the Bat, I mean, it has multiple enchantment on it. You can fly. It makes you harder to see when you are trying to sneak in the darkness. It changes you into a bat. We're looking at the pretty expensive cloak here. 8,500 gold pieces. Champion price, I can let you have that for 7,500.
I think Gorple's just like furiously licking his eyes.
But again, you do not have to make a decision right now. They've been here for some time. Again, I've been it is not only about selling to individuals who might not see these things as needed, but this is also about getting these items into the right hands. I am not just a purveyor of merchandise. No. I find good homes for my merchandise. I make sure the items go to those who need them and who will take care of them. So think about it. There's plenty of other things here that you might enjoy.
I have a weird question that you might think sounds dubious, but is very truthful.
Yes.
Which is, do you accept credit? Because a few of us have a good share in a mithril mine, and we are owed money in a year in like thousands of gold. And I am not lying, but we could extend a line of credit. We could go through proper authorities to make sure you get written out. I guarantee we have many factions here that could vouch that we do own this share and could vouch for money payment. Not saying we won't buy things, but there are certain things that are currently out of our price range, but would be affordable to people who had a 10% share in a mithril mine.
Make a persuasion check. This is going to be a pretty high DC. I'm just letting you know. And then I am actually going to roll something really quick for Kale, because I'm curious.
Do you want me to just like preemptively use a group inspiration, guys?
If you need to, sure.
I don't know. We'll check.
He's probably using one himself, so.
Hey, whatever. Let's do it. We're going to use a group inspiration. Why not?
And Amala's just over here standing there like, mithril mine, how do I get a share in that?
I did almost as good as I could have.
Okay.
I have a 22.
Not bad. So you watch as Kale just kind of like starts stroking their whiskers and just kind of like just looking at you, and then stops looking at you and then looks at Drovar, and then looks at Basha, then looks at Amala, and then just kind of turns around, looks at Vincent, and then furiously is now stroking their whiskers like a little, faster. Looks down. Wait a minute. You're the ones that found the lost mine?
Yes.
Well, a majority.
The three of us, yes.
Well, we had a fourth.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Like the three of you, I've got. Now I recognize your descriptions. The other two, not so much.
Where did you hear it?
I have my sources.
All right. But yeah, We
I
found
mean-
the
I
mine,
mean-
we cleared it out.
I mean, think about it. You know, a mine that has been lost for so many years, hundreds of years, that produces platinum, mithril, magic, and that has just disappeared off of the face of the earth. You think people are not going to talk?
That is reasonable.
But yes, Vincent and I joined this group after they found the mine and got everything settled on their end. So that's probably why I don't recognize either of us. The fourth, sadly, passed away in one of our adventures.
My condolences. I'm very sorry. Here, this is what I can do for you. I normally laugh at those who ask for credit. Full transparency. But considering that it is you, how I can offer you this. Look through my wares. See what it is that you'd like to purchase. The most expensive item that you purchase, I will give you half price for it, with the promise that I will be paid in full with a little extra something. Is the best you're going to get.
All right, let's keep looking then.
Yeah.
All right. So we have various poisons here as well. We have acids, flasks of oil. You see, kind of looks at a couple of you, looks at you, Amala. And we also have. I've been looking for somebody to sell this to. We also have this, and you just watch as Kel goes behind one of the counters and pulls out. It's about this big. It's like about the size of a small loaf of bread, and it's just metal, right? It looks like a solid chunk of metal, and then there's this big handle on one end, and they grab it on one end, they grab the other end, and you just watch it extend. This is a portable ram if you need to get into sort of tight places. Something a little interesting. I've been looking for the right people to give it to. And then just kind of closes it up again to about this big. And you just watch as they're struggling a little bit with it. It's like, just kind of put it back on there. If that's something you're interested.
And Mala looks immediately over at Drovar.
Could come in handy. It wouldn't be quiet, but it would work.
Again, sometimes you need. I like to sell the right tools for the right job, as it were. But I have crowbars. I have a number of different things: ball bearings, caltrops, things of that nature.
Do you have any things that'll help people see in the dark?
Let me check. Hold on. You watch as they kind of go under one of the counters, open two doors, and you just kind of hear them kind of rummaging through things. Just all right, let's see. Okay, here we go. And you watch as they kind of pull out what looks like half like a pair of glasses or goggles that is just one piece. And there is like a leather strap on it, almost making it like an eye patch or a monocle. It's like, well, I have this. This is so. I also purchase items, magical items, from some of my dealers, and one of them came to me with this interesting piece. Apparently, the enchanter was down on his luck. He was looking to sell some things. He didn't have enough materials to make a full set of goggles of night, and was only able to get halfway done. So I guess this is a monocle of night. It obviously will not be. It is not as powerful, but you could only see 15 feet into the dark. But it gives you the dark vision up to 15 feet. And it kind of looks cool. You know, I have this. I have it just this is just knickknacks and sometimes things I just could not sell. But hopefully this would be something that would help you.
I mean, I think it's better than nothing. So, yeah, I mean, put it on the table. Definitely something we're
All right.
Bosch is like Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, you go.
I was gonna say Bosch is like peering at this like knick-knack area that he has. She's like, you don't have like some sort of weird magical gem or like ring of spell storing in there, do you?
I don't have jewelry per se. Hold on. And it kind of goes in again, starts like kind of rummaging around. It pulls out a wand. I've got this one. Is weird. I don't know if it's up your alley.
Well, it might be up Vincent's if it's not mine. Depends on what kind of weird.
All right. I guess. Let's see. Don't take this the wrong way. But which of you are not so bright? Wow.
Morple's just like me.
And you just watch as they kind of like it looks like they wind the wand up and they kind of just point it at you. And I need you to make I need you to make a charisma saving throw for me, please.
a solid 5.
You watch as Gorple's mouth just starts going into this rictus grin that just won't stop. Gorple, you feel like the muscles in your face are just not responding to you at all, and you just are now smiling, and you can't stop. This is one of smiles. It makes people smile whether they want to or not. I mean, I don't know if it's something that you are interested in.
So strange.
Gorple, that lasts for a minute.
Well, that's definitely weird.
Again, these are things that I've bought because I thought they were interesting, but I have not found good homes for them.
What? Gorple, you're talking, but I can't
What about the
understand you.
jewelry? What about the jewelry? You have it on display. So good.
Oh, okay, yes, I can do that. So while Gorple is smiling, Gorple's kind of, it looks like he's trying to pull his face down, and it's just not working. It's just not working. But after a minute, you feel the muscles loosen. You are able to control your own facial structure now, as it were.
Yeah, it's hard to talk without lips.
All right, so you go over, and there are 3 rings inside of this glass display case. Second. All right. So the first ring here. These pretty. They all have enchantments on them. Various enchantments. The first one. This is much like the cloak. This is a ring of protection. This one will also makes you harder to hit. Acts almost as if you were wearing armor, especially if you are someone who doesn't normally wear armor. It does help make you harder to hit. And at this point, I'll just go through the price. This one, 1,500 gold pieces. For the champion prices, I can part with it for 750. The next ring kind of like points over. It doesn't open the display case. It just points over to the rings. This next one just kind of points to it. And this one is weird. It looks like it's made out of bark. And it seems to actually be moving. It's like contracting slightly. But it's almost like bouncy it looks rubbery almost. This one is pretty interesting. This is a ring of jumping. This allows you to jump as if you were casting this spell. It is a pretty good one. This one, again, for those who might be in a tight situation that they need to jump their way out of. And by the way, you can cast it as a bonus action. This one's a little more expensive than the Ring of Protection. This one will cost you 2,500 gold pieces. Champion prices, 1,750. Now, this last one, very interesting. You might actually like this one. And the next one, it's very odd. This ring, at first glance, looks like it almost is made out of like this kind of black stone. But it looks like the actual ring itself, like the black on the ring, is a liquid, a black liquid. It's very odd to look at. This one, this is a ring of free action. This one keeps you from being kept in one place. So, for example, there's lots of places where you might find quicksand or trees that want to eat you, or something crazy that adventurers run into all the time. This helps you free yourself. You are not able to be kept in a place. Or, for example, if you are looking to walk through terrain that is hard to traverse, this makes it almost as if it is not there. It's a little more expensive. Normally, 5,000 gold pieces. Champion prices, 41.25.
I kind of look over at Drogon. I'm like, if you still had your tree axe, that would have been like a good match,
I don't know. That ring's pretty. I mean, that ring would be pretty handy. There's lots of stuff I get stuck in.
I could be so fast if I had the jumping ring. So unbelievably fast.
I was actually thinking it might be good for Amala. Mobility is something that you might have a little trouble with in your armor.
I'm a little bit weighed down, just a little bit.
The ring would give you a chance to get into a situation or out a little faster. Definitely something they wouldn't see coming. I mean, the boots that I'm wearing already kind of do that. So, but you've seen how useful it is to get around quickly.
I also don't know how much money we have collectively.
I'm looking back at those cloaks like.
And you don't have the last question. You don't have any like staves, do you? I can't remember if you had them before, and I just forgot.
Oh no, unfortunately no. I can occasionally find enchanted clothing and jewelry and the occasional piece of armor and sometimes weapon, but I don't have anything specific like that. I am sorry.
That is fine.
Most of your stuff definitely looks like people that aren't necessarily in my line of work. So he taps the axe on his back. Don't see anything big like this, big weapons or anything like that.
No, again, it's unfortunate. So a lot of the armor and the weapons actually get enchanted by someone else, usually clerics within some of the temples. Sometimes they bring in wizards from Candlekeep or other locations to assist when some of the larger groups need enchanted armor and weapons and things. So it's not something I normally deal with because I would kind of be undercutting myself, to be fair, to be honest. But this is what I have.
So, Drovar, what interests you? Which I know you're looking at some of those cloaks.
Uh, I want to fly.
Flying dwarf.
That fight with the blue dragon, it's the advantage those buggers have over us is that they can just leave. Or if we land on them, they just flip over and I fall. And having a way to avoid, just to take that final fall out of the picture as a weapon that the dragon has or a defense, either of those two cloaks, being able to fly away or to just bamf out, or in to just appear on his back. Once again, it's something that they wouldn't see coming. But all three of those cloaks would be good. I tend to get hit a lot. So, to be honest, the ring or the cloak would also be useful.
Just clarification. What kind of armor you wear? You wear like a breastplate?
Just a breastplate, yeah.
What is that? A 14? Or 15?
It's a plus. It's magic breastplate. It gives me advantage on saving throws against dragon's breath. So I'm not really interested in switching that. And heavier armor is not going to do me much good as a barbarian. So, something to up my armor class, and the cloak and ring also bump up saving throws. So
I definitely think the ring of protection minimum you should get.
Yeah, the benefits are the same, but one is cheaper. So it's like, the ring is definitely a thing, but the Montebank could be just a very interesting and very surprising, get the heck out. And I think you can take one person with you. So, it's like grab whoever's standing there in the middle of the fight with me and just like, time to go, and just pop out.
Well, I'll just say this. I have a little less than 1,500 gold altogether. That's all I got.
I got just under 5K. So I'm like, because I haven't bought a lot of magic items. I think all the stuff I've got, we've looted from people. So I'm like, I was looking for, that's why I've been so psyched about thinking about the Hell Riders, and it's like, they got those flaming great swords. Ooh. But the ring and maybe the cloak of the Mountebank, the bat would be pretty interesting, but I don't think, Drover is still just looking for a way to, if the dragon flies away, that doesn't mean the fight's over. He wants to be able to go after it. And something that allows him to be able to function in the air, even if he's not super fast, at least he's not, falling to his death. That's what he's thinking about, is sort of a thing he really wants. But just, the ring of protection and or the cloak of the Mountebank, both of those would increase his mobility and survivability a lot. So those are what he's thinking about.
Yeah, I'm thinking ring of jumping because, like, when we were doing that chase thing, I was moving like 25. With a ring of jumping, I can move 150 feet around because I can leap 75 feet.
Dear Lord.
I have a standing leap of 25 feet because of my frog species. So if I had a jump ring, I could just like fucking rocket places.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you could, if you got that and Drovar took flying thing, the two of you could just like leap onto dragons like in midair.
I also have a climb speed, so I could climb a dragon.
Scary.
I mean,
Is that how that works?
I don't know.
Sure.
Maybe.
We've tried it before.
I mean, we've already encountered a dragon, so it's forward thinking to be able to.
I'm just saying,
that.
I'm interested in the jumping ring, but again, I'm also attuned to a lot of things, so I would have to like drop items and make choices.
Yeah, I think as much as I would love to have like Cloak of Montebank or something, I feel like I should hold off until we get we come across a really nice staff or like some kind of thing I can store spells in, because that to me seems like the next logical thing I need, and I have a lot of stuff that keeps me pretty well protected right now. And also this Cloak of Billowing, I mean, it's just like, I know it doesn't do anything practical, but it looks great, so.
I mean, I wouldn't be against the Cloak of Protection, just saying.
I don't think you can go wrong with it, but having something keep the blades of the enemy a little bit further away from us. But I could. I've got enough cash, and this is the first place I've come across where I've found something worth spending it on. We're not getting back to Fandelver, and the crazy smith up there for a while, so
Sadly.
You hear in the background, "Oh yeah!"
he's with us. He's following us.
Yeah, I was gonna say if your
Even
armor
here.
was worse, like this armor I wear would be helpful for you too, Drovar, or anyone, but I don't think it would help you because it would not make you more defendable.
Yeah. No, the ring would definitely be helpful for me. So, let's see. So if the ring...
And I just need oil, and I'm gonna take some extra lock picks if you have them, just in case.
Oh, that's not the problem. I can make sure. How many would you like? I have 4 available.
I have my own tool set, so I'll just take 2, just so we have some extra around in case myself or Gorple needs them.
All right, so 2
For no reason whatsoever.
All right, so 2 thieves tools. All right, so the thieves tools for again, I'm giving you champion prices. They will be 18 gold pieces each, so that will be 36.
I'll hand 36 gold to Gorple, assuming he's paying. Like, just like.
Right. And the flasks of oil, I have a dozen. Like,
I will take 2 because I already have 1. I like to have like 3 on hand in case it's needed.
all right, that is going to be. Let's see. So 2 silver pieces.
Okay.
So how much is the that ram?
Oh, the portable ram. For you again, champion prices. Give it to you for 4 gold.
How much?
4 gold pieces.
Oh.
I guess we're getting a ram, Drovar.
Oh, that would be great. You know what else we could do, though? If we get the acid, you could just pour it on locks and burn through something if you can't pick it or whatever. That's another option, too.
So I guess quick out of character question for you, DM.
Yes.
Because technically you can only jump up to your speed in a round. Even if I tripled my jump, I could only jump up to my normal walking speed. By the rules, that is how it is written. So before I purchase this item for 1 billion gold, I want to make sure that I'm not just like screwing myself over.
Right.
Yeah, this is a similar question to the boots that I've got. I get, a certain amount of distance, but I can't exceed a certain, I can't go higher than that.
Yeah, what happens is whatever. All right, so for example, we'll use the jump. Whichever gives you the most benefit is what happens. You can't stack it. So if the jump spell gets you higher than your normal jumping would, then the jump spell would supersede anything else. It wouldn't stack with.
Okay, so it wouldn't triple my actual jump speed.
Right.
Okay, then I'm not as interested.
And Drovar, what was it for you?
Just checking. The RAM was 4. I've figured out what the math is for the boots, But basically, it allows me to cover distance pretty much the same amount I could do by running, except I don't have to tread on the ground, so I can jump over things, and I can go. The vertical is the big thing. I can jump up on top of at least a 1-story house,
right?
Just with a jump. So that's been pretty handy. Well, if Gorple does not want it, I still think, if Amala's got the money, the ring of jumping would be just a surprising thing. And it looks like you can just use it over and over again on a bonus action. So
yep. But you can only target yourself.
Right. But it would be a very
which is
handy
crazy
if you got the money. Yeah, it's pricey if you can afford it, but when the armored paladin suddenly just jumps out of a combat or into one or across a chasm, they won't see it coming, and that could be it's easy, it's easily concealable. So,
is that the one for 1750?
The ring of jumping?
Yes.
That one I believe was 17.
I don't have nearly that much.
Okay, well, figuring out, if I get the mountebank cloak and the ring of protection, that leaves me with just over 1,000. Getting the portable RAM. I have 1,089 left. How much
Yeah.
more would you need for something?
He did say that if whatever our most expensive item, we could do half now, and then pay a little bit half and plus later if we want to take that route.
I'm fine with just buying what we got because I don't know when we're going to come back here.
I have 550 gold currently.
Okay.
Again, I have 1496, so I can help. How much is the monocle of dark vision?
That's going to be 75 gold pieces, and again, that is champion price. Because normally a full set of goggles is going to run you about 450 gold pieces. So this, and I haven't found anybody to sell it to, so I'm not going to try and bilk you on.
All right, that I definitely want that. So poisons, let's talk.
All right,
Well,
this is actually my favorite part.
What do we got?
Okay, so we have a number of most of them are contact poisons. For those who need to put them on their weapons or what have you. I do have a few ingested for the braver souls who would care to use them. But I guess my question would be, what are you specifically looking to do? Are you looking to incapacitate, to hurt as much as possible? What is it that you're?
I think strange effects. For I'm going to attach them to arrowheads.
Ah, all right. So, in that case, let's see. All right, we have a vial of crawler mucus. I don't know if you are familiar. This poison is harvested from an incapacitated crawler or dead. The poison creature is paralyzed. They can try and break the paralyzation as they go on, but this is a paralyzing effect. We also have the oil of Taggart. It is a little expensive, but this is a pretty powerful poison. It does, if the creature does take the poison, they are poisoned for 24 hours, and they are unconscious after the poison is applied to them. Now, if someone tries to actually, slap them awake or something, they will wake, but they will still be considered poisoned for the next 24 hours unless they get an antidote or something. I don't sell antidotes, by the way. We also have 2 vials of the oil of Taggart. And then we have wyvern poison. Now, this is probably the most expensive poison that I have. It's not necessarily contact, but if a person or individual is use this, this is very much a very heavy damage poison. Most people are susceptible to the wyvern poison. Are you interested at all in the ingestibles?
Not nearly as much.
All right. So those are the 4 contact poisons that I have.
What's kind of the pricing?
Oh, I'm sorry. The crawler mucus is normally 200 gold a vial for champion prices. I can part with it for 125. The oil of Taggart, normally 400 gold a vial. I can part with it for, again, with champion price, 200 gold a vial. And the wyvern poison, again, normally very difficult to harvest, very expensive, does so much damage. I can't even tell you how much damage. It's a lot. 1,200 gold pieces a vial. But I can, for champion prices, 750 a vial.
Okay.
All right. And generally, how long does it last when it's applied to a weapon?
So the oil, let's see, oil of Taggart, until it is used.
So if it were kept in an extra dimensional space, the poison would stay virile until pulled out? Could it be airtight?
These I've had these for some time. Yes, they do not expire. I do not carry any kind of poisons like that. I mean, these are the people I sell to need to be reassured that what I have works. Yeah, they don't expire.
Okay. All right. So how many doses of each do you have?
The crawler mucus, I have 1 vial. Each vial is 3 doses.
All right. All right.
So, again, which is why they are so expensive. So the crawler mucus, I have 1 vial. Oil of Taggart, I have 2. And the wyvern poison, I have 1.
What kind of price would you give me if I bought all of them?
The price I just quoted you.
Oh, listen, I'm buying in bulk. I figured I'd try to get more of a discount. Come on.
Make a persuasion check.
Also, while this interaction is going on, like after you finish with this, Imala's going to look around for any other items that Kale has not pointed out to see if there's anything extra that we might be missing.
Okay, make an investigation check for me. Investigation or perception, whichever you like. What'd you get for your persuasion check?
I got a 7.
7. Kale just kind of looks at you, chuckles a little. Says, I am already giving champion prices. I still need to turn a profit.
All right, sorry. So the oil of Taggart was 2.
Oil of Taggart, 200 gold pieces per each vial, and I have 2. The crawler poison, 125, and the wyvern, 700.
And so only the mucus is 3 doses per, right?
Just the mucus, the crawler mucus. The rest are one dose per each.
All right, I'm gonna buy all of them, but I'll throw my money toward whatever you guys want to purchase. I will have about 500 gold extra.
Well, I will. If I get all the things that I have, I'm willing to contribute 1,000 to. If Amala wants to get that ring, that'll leave me with about 89 gold left. I like to travel light.
Mala, what'd you get for your check?
I got 17 on perception.
Okay. As you're just kind of looking around and Kale is kind of like going back and forth with Warple and talking with everybody, you can see, all of the things. You do see a set of manacles that look like they're made out of gold. And you also see like a box. Like it's just like it looks like a normal, ordinary wooden box. It's not very large, but there is a skull and crossbones on it. And it's not large. It's not like it's painted like the whole top of it. It's like this tiny little skull and crossbones that is just like on the edge of the lip of the top of the box. But that's what you see.
Hey, Kale. What's in the box?
What's in the box? What's in the box?
In the box!
Oh, I didn't want to mention it because I don't know if any of you have these kind of skills. That is a poisoner's kit. That will allow you, if you have the skill, to not only make your own poisons, but be able to harvest certain items and herbs and things of that nature. Again, if you are good at it, you can still buy it and kind of use it, but you might have some trouble. But if you're someone who is interested in making your own poisons, this is kind of like how you start. You need a kit to do that.
Oh, that's pretty neat. What about the manacles? What do they do?
Manacles do nothing. Don't ask about the manacles.
But they're here
what?
for purchase.
No manacles. And you just watch as Kale just shoves them until they fall off the table onto the other side. Like a cat would, like just kind of like patting it, and then just don't ask, please. Thank you. Anyway, so Are you interested in that wand? And just kind of turns to you, Basha.
Not for me. Vincent might want it, but it's not my sort of thing.
If anybody is proficient in Arcana and would like to try very quickly to see what those manacles possibly could have been before they were swatted,
I will.
I will give you an opportunity.
Guys, I only rolled a 12. Do you want me to try and use a thing? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it. That's a little better. 18.
18. All right, hold on a second. Where is it? Come on.
Ooh, I wonder if those are like the ones we came across before.
Maybe Kale's doing other things down here besides selling goods.
Where are they? Where is it? Hold on.
Goods and services.
Oh, here they go. You actually have seen pictures of this. Not particularly the set that you just saw, but they were very, very similar to some pictures that you've seen and when you were taking your enchantment courses back in the old wizarding college. Those look very much like dimensional shackles. They are used to keep creatures from other planes of existence who can pop in and out of dimensions, or possibly just kind of like teleport. It's to keep them from doing any of those things.
Wait a second. That is those are very useful. Those are dimensional shackles. I'm pretty sure they look like something I saw in my class.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Please drop it.
Okay. I kind of like lean towards Drovar and I start like whispering what they do. And if Imala looks interested, I'll also like lean over and whisper to Imala.
I lean over, it's like, well, she might have another buyer already, or you're not gonna like, well, they were made.
Yeah.
They would come in handy. I mean.
So like everything has a price and everything is for sale, correct?
Let's finish the sales we're working on
Yes.
now. All right. So I just step up and I'm just like, pulling out like copper pieces. Like pretty much I'm clearing out all of my inventory. It's like, I'd like to leave here with those things that I talked about before somehow we're kicked out for asking too many questions.
Right, yeah.
All right, so let's go down the list of everything that you would purchase. So you're taking all of those poisons that we just discussed. The thieves' tools, the 2 sets of thieves' tools, 2 flasks of oil, the portable ram. Are you still taking the portable ram?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Now, as far as the high-end items, which are the items that you are looking for?
The mountebank cloak.
All right.
The ring of protection.
All right.
And we'll see if we've got the money for the ring of jumping after we do.
All right. So all together, and you just watch as they kind of go into this very small pouch, and they actually pull out a large abacus, and it's just while I put together all of how much this is. Please talk amongst yourselves.
Honestly, I think I would prefer the cloak of protection over the ring of jumping.
Oh.
Personally, but if
It's
we
more
have
expensive.
it's true. But if we have the ring of jumping, we can like also have it kind of as like a party fund item if need be.
I think it's.
Kale, is the ring of jumping an attuned item?
Yeah, I believe it is. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes. Most of the high-end items you must attune to yourself. All right, so the ring of protection, that was 750 gold pieces. The cloak of the mountebank, how much did I say again for champion price?
With the discount comes down to $31.50.
And The monocle?
Yeah, that was like 75. So.
Yes. All right. All right. So altogether, you are looking at 5,315 gold pieces.
All right.
Can you also add the ring of jumping into there just to see how much it's going to be?
With the ring of jumping, that will come out to 7,065 gold pieces.
Right. Well, I can contribute 1,000 to the ring of jumping.
Yeah. All my
You
poison.
know what? Let's just call it 7,000 even. You can have everything.
All right. So.
All right. So I have 1496 in gold.
I can throw my 550 in.
Okay, so that'll put us at a number.
I've done the math for my loot.
Work this out amongst yourselves. I will be here waiting when you put your monies together.
Damn it. Okay.
In the meantime, Basha, you do see Kale go behind the counter, and you can hear the jingling of the shackles as they kind of pick it up and seem to put it in another box and then close that box and kick it to the back of the room.
Sus.
Super sus.
Okay, so if the jumping ring, if the price has been knocked down, what was the price before it went down to just 7,000?
7,065.
Ooh, that extra discount. Woohoo. Okay.
Tabaxi's got a business, man. Kajitas wares.
If you have coin.
If you have coin.
Okay, well, I'm contributing 4,900. Yeah. 4,900 total. And so that's what I'm throwing in is 4,900 for all of the stuff.
All right. And so how much do you have, Amala?
550.
So 550, and I have
D&D shopping. The best.
Math.
Fantasy math. The best.
Better than real math.
Oh, yeah. Always better than real math. You could also see now that Kale is kind of like, has taken out this little feather duster and is just kind of like very lightly dusting some of the displays. Very clearly just like waiting on all of you, but just like...
All right. Basha, do you have any gold that you can give toward this?
Sure. How much do you need?
Well, the remaining price is 1550. I only have 1496. That's already with Amala's money taken off. So, can you give like 100 or 200 gold?
Do you want like 300 gold?
That'd be great.
Here, have 300 gold.
I also have 9 platinum, if we want to throw that in.
Hold on to your 9 platinum because that's 90 gold that you should have for like just in case.
Just in case he's...
Oh no, that took so much gold. Sorry guys, it's fine.
Okay, so with her...
You gotta spend your hard-earned gold on something.
I sent it home to family, but also like I've been hoarding it for quite some time. So I am still saving for my staff, okay? When I find the perfect staff, that is a good day.
All right, so then with your 300, Amala, keep your 9 platinum so you have 90 gold essentially, and then I'll put 1250 for the remainder, and that should cover everything.
So 7,000 gold pieces?
Yep. Yeah, 550 from Amala.
Drovar looks really confused.
Well, he did.
No, I tried taking all the money out of D&D Beyond. It was
okay.
It was like
weird.
Yeah, it gets weird. Okay, that's as long as you have the money.
Because I still have the money.
I used the calculator.
Yeah.
Math is correct.
Yeah. you can take it out, when you can. But
Oh,
yeah.
I have to do each domination one at a time.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy that way. But you do pay Kale the money, who looks very, very happy. Oh, it is such a pleasure to do business with such amazing individuals such as yourselves. Now, the only other thing I would ask is to not tell anyone where you got these things. If
That's
you
usually the opposite of what people ask, so okay.
Yes, just if you require my services once again, please by all means do come. If you find someone that you trust inherently, like with your lives even, and you think that they would benefit from shopping at my establishment both above and below, please bring them as well. But do not bring up this particular area in any kind of conversations. I would not appreciate it, and I will make sure that you are never able to shop in my store ever again.
We will keep our mouths shut.
I knew I liked you for multiple reasons. This is just yet another reason why. So thank you so much for your business. I am so happy that my items will be going to such wonderful, wonderful individuals such as yourselves.
Thank you for the opportunity to let us come down here and shop. You have very many wonderful items. I wish we could have got everything.
I wish you could have gotten everything as well. But, such as it is. You take what you can get, okay? All right. So thank you again. Please let me escort you. And they begin kind of escorting you up and out of the secret shopping area. As you kind of get up, you hear them hit that button again. The tables kind of close and cover up the staircase heading down. They turn the open sign open, unlock the front door, open the door. Again, it was a pleasure seeing all of you.
All right.
Enjoy your items. And you are now outside of Kale's Curiosities. As you're kind of standing there, kind of like beginning to kind of get your bearings, and it looks like Drovar's actually putting the items on, kind of getting ready.
Oh yeah.
You all see this individual running full speed down the street. It's kind of hard not to miss this individual, as he's a pretty big human who is not wearing a shirt, kind of running down towards all of you. And after a moment of trying to see who this is, you all recognize Baco is running towards your group at this moment, shirtless, and it looks like he's got some kind of package under his arm. He's just and just sees you. He just waves to all of you, and just kind of slows down and stops in front of you, Basha.
Is he glistening?
He's very much glistening. Especially considering he was just running. He doesn't seem winded or out of breath, but definitely sweating. You're not sure if there's a mixture of oil and sweat, but he's definitely glistening in this moment. And he's like, "Oh, hi everybody. Hi Basha.
Hi, Baco.
Yeah. So, I was hoping that I'd get to see you before you left. I have something from you from grandfather." And he kind of reaches into the little bag that he has under his arm and kind of pulls it out. And it's weird because he just kind of hands it to you, and it looks like a wrapped in regular brown paper. You're not sure what it is, but it's about the size of a small book. And he goes, "Grandfather, he gave you the letter of introduction to Candlekeep. but we were talking it over, and I was telling him like a little bit of like some of the stuff that you were telling me about you and your friends and kind of the things that you're doing. He thought that this might actually help you more.
Oh, okay.
Well, the letter will get you in the gates, but you know, Candlekeep's weird. You can get into gates, but you can't get into the library. You actually have to stay in. You'll see when you get there, but you actually stay in a different area, and then you ask them for what you need, and they'll bring books to you or stuff like that. He said if you give them this, they'll let you in the library.
Oh, wow. Okay, thank you. So I
He-
take the...
yeah.
What is it?
He kind of turns. Well, see, normally you have to give them some kind of, to get into Candlekeep, you have to give them some kind of knowledge or book or something that they don't have for access. And well, the letter would have definitely gotten you in the gate. This is something they've been asking my grandfather to give them a copy of his handwritten manuscript of how he's able to do some of the things that he does, because he's created a number of techniques for the clan that are not common knowledge. So this will definitely get you in the library.
Basha like holds it like very reverently, like as if it's like a holy object. She's like, I will treat this with such care.
Yeah. I mean, it's indestructible. He's got an enchantment on it. But like he's been writing that since like he was younger than me. So
Wow.
yeah, that he said that'll get you in the gate in the library. I got you. I got something for you too. And he kind of he reaches into the bag, and he pulls out. It looks like a small black box. It's about yay big, right? And he goes, "Go ahead, open it."
So I put his grandfather's book like carefully away in my bag, and then I will take the box and I will open it.
And as you open it, you open the lid. You immediately see it is a small box with this beautiful white sand, and there are rocks in there. And as you look on the lid, there is a small little rake that is kind of like attached into the lid that you can kind of pop in and pop out.
It is a small version of the rock garden.
Yeah, that's what I had when I was a kid to kind of like figure out how to do what I wanted to do. Yeah, I don't need it anymore. So I thought maybe you might like it because it remind you of like around the roof or something.
I love it, and it will remind me of the time we spent together. And I'll actually like lean over and kiss him on the cheek. I don't know how that's gonna go for him, but yeah.
He immediately, his whole body turns red.
I figured.
He's just like, yeah, and it's really cool. And he snatches it from you, and he turns it over. And as he does, he shakes it, and none of the rocks fall out, none of the sand falls out.
Neat.
And he goes, yeah. So all you have to do is kind of, if you can make whatever design you want. And he shows you with his finger. He just kind of like makes it. He writes your name in the sand, and then he shakes it, and then he shows it to you, and it's still in the sand. And he goes, all you have to do is this. And he knocks on the side of the box 3 times, and then you just watch the sand just kind of flatten itself out. So yeah, and it'll just reset the rocks and the sand to whatever you want. They made it for me at Candlekeep when I was a kid. So yeah, I'm glad you like it. Thank you.
Okay. I do. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, if you come back this way, you can come by, and we can have dinner again and or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay. So it was really nice meeting all of you. He kind of looks at all of you. Bye, Basha. And he kind of like leans over and he kind of gives you a kiss on the cheek.
Gorpal has a dumbass smile on his face this whole time. wait, like looking like he's waiting to say something, but he doesn't want to say it in front of this person.
Yeah. So he kind of kisses you on the cheek, Basha. And he stands there for like 5 seconds. He goes, "Okay, bye," and he just turns around and immediately starts running the opposite way the way he came.
You know, that's amazing. But the best part about what just happened in this situation is he doesn't know that we have a book about how ancient grains and stuff was kept in the lost mines that would have just got us into that place.
Hey, we might have to go back twice.
Yeah, who knows? Or like
I
if
hate
we
to
need
see
an
that
extra
lad
nice
leave, but you'd
favor.
love to watch him walk away, right?
Yeah.
He's
I
a
mean,
very
we live-
muscular human.
I mean, if we're not leaving today, then you should just definitely go give him something to remember.
Yeah.
by. Ooh.
Maybe. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, look at this thing. It's, you can do all kinds of stuff with this. You could, etch your name or sketch something or, do the etch and the sketch all at once if you want. Yep.
Practice arcane symbols and then erase them. Yeah,
Sure.
it's good.
Someone could sneak into your room and write you messages and then sneak out and you'll never know who it is.
That'd be so weird, but yes.
Somehow I think she would.
I think
Yeah.
we know it's you, Gorple. Just let
It
me
will
know
be
that.
you. It
I'll
will be
use
you.
I'll use someone else's handwriting.
So Basha, you could put Enchanted Rock Garden into your.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah,
That's so funny.
it's your inventory, your extra possession.
By the way, quick out of game question.
Yes.
Did we get the armor and weapons and stuff from Froome yet? Or is that like before?
No, you
we
have
leave?
to right before you leave. You have to go back to Froome and get that
All
done.
right. All right, thanks.
So with your shopping all done, you do make your way back to the tavern, where
Are we gonna get our money back for the pleat mail? thought we went back.
Froome said that he was going to take care of it for you.
Okay.
Are we going to deal with Lightbringer before we go back to the tavern?
That's a good question.
I mean, yeah. Why don't we go see that guy that got his ass kicked?
Now, let's do that.
All right. So you go to actually, you don't know where he is. So you can ask around.
Yeah, well, we'll go back to the tavern, I guess, and say, where are the Hell Riders, do they have a barracks?
Yeah, so Vasily's at the bar. Oh, yeah, they got a barracks. Here, let me show you. And he kind of walks out to the front of the bar, and he starts giving you directions. It's like maybe 20-minute walk from where you're at. Gives you the directions. You make your way over to Hellrider Barracks, which is a very impressive building. At first, you think it's a temple. It looks very much like a huge either cathedral or something along those lines. And as you approach, you do see two individuals just kind of standing in front of the building, wearing similar armor that you saw Barum wearing, all silver with the flame etching on it. No blood filling it right now, so it doesn't have that nice red pop to it. But they're just kind of standing there. And as you approach, one of them goes, "Can we help you?"
Here to see Barum Firefist, I believe, is his last name.
And you are?
I'm the guy who beat him in a little test of skills a few days ago.
In Vasily's fights.
One of the other guys kind of starts whispering into the one that you're talking to his ear. And then he's like, "Oh, you're the Dragon Slayer."
Oh, yeah, that's right. That was the nickname. I needed something, but I mean, it's true, but it's not like, yeah, it's me.
All right. 1 second, we'll get him for you. And one of the guards kind of runs inside. About 10 minutes go by. And you see
I
Barum.
forgot I called myself Dragon Slayer. It just rolled off the tongue.
Barum actually comes out, and he's wearing like long robes. He's not even in armor. He's just like kind of wearing long robes. Looks like he just woke up. And he comes in and goes, "Oh yeah, come," and just kind of like, they're with me. I got him. And he just kind of motions for all of you to go inside. And as you do, like, this place it is marble, it is stone, there is gold filigree, like, it is beautiful. As he's kind of walking in, like, your footsteps are just echoing throughout this whole location. Except for Gorple, where it's just more like
No. You mean the toe claws of Teague are going off the marble?
Oh yeah. He pulls you off.
I did not know that riding into hell paid this well.
But yeah.
Well, we do get. I mean, not only do we get paid by the city for our services. We, much like any adventurer, we do get the spoils of our adventures. That pay for something like this. I know it looks extravagant, but we just had to try and keep it in tune with everything else in the city.
Sure.
But yeah, come on. We'll go off into the meeting room. They go off into the side. And it looks like a large study. There are not a lot of books in here. There are bookcases, and there just seems to be like swords and pieces of parchment, like behind glass. It's just like it looks more of a trophy room
or a museum, like
Yeah.
a Hall of Heroes kind of thing.
possibly.
Bosch
But it was
looks at
definitely
those bookcases.
it was definitely a study at one point that has been kind of transformed into this. The bookcases themselves, the books on them look like nobody's touched them in some time.
Basha looks at them sadly, and also at the empty bookcases, with disdain, clearly, why would anyone have this?
So he's like, please sit, and there's a large table with plenty of chairs. So what can I do for you? What are you here to join?
Thinking about it. I am really thinking about it. But
okay.
That's not why I'm here. No. We came across something a little while back. We found this. We found an abandoned mine that was also a factory that created magical items. We found something that had been commissioned, but the mine was destroyed before it had a chance to be sold. But as we realized it was actually commissioned by your church. So we wanted to show it to you and see, if there's basically put it on the, let's put it on the table here for a second.
Lightbringer.
Yeah, it does that.
He got
Lightbringer.
Are you activating the light?
Yeah, I turn it on and off.
Okay.
Just so I just feel like.
Yeah. It just kind of looks at you a little odd. He smirks a little. He goes, "All right. May I?" He takes it from you, kind of looks it over, starts kind of holding it back and forth, and you just watch as he kind of reaches under his robe, and there's a slight glow underneath his robe where he's holding his hand. His eyes flash slightly. He just kind of nods. Interesting. He kind of puts it back down at the table in front of him. Well, that is definitely that was definitely made for someone from our church. Let me ask you a question. Has this helped you in your travels?
It has. I would say not as a weapon so much as a light source. We all fight with different things, but its ability to, help us out in dark places. I mean, I do pretty well in the dark, down there. But
I don't.
But a lot of the others don't, so this has been useful. We were wondering if there's some trade that could be made for some other magical light sources, we don't need the weapon itself. Its utility for us has been to keep people, safe in the dark. But this is meant to be used by probably the people that commissioned it. So, we'd like to see it do good. But, the thing that it provides us is helping people see, get around in the dark places. So
instead of having to hold a torch in a hand, you can hang it on your belt.
He kind of
But
nods.
it's not being used to its full potential.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. This is amazing. No one that I am aware of within the Church of Lathander has a weapon such as this. The fact that you actually used the term lighting dark places is exactly what Lathander does. So at minimum, the weapon did what it was meant to. So please do not think that you are not utilizing the weapon to its fullest potential. That's not true. If you only ever used it for light to help you against the forces of evil, against creatures that were hurting those who could not protect themselves, then you were using the weapon as intended. But if you wish, I can take it. I can possibly trade you something that we might have that might continuously help you. But I don't want you to feel obligated to give it to us because it was commissioned by the church. Clearly, it sat and did nothing for some time until it came into your hands, and then it became useful once again. At the end of the day, it is just a tool, and a tool just needs to be used. Granted, it is a pretty powerful tool, but it is a tool nonetheless. What is important is how it is wielded and who it is wielded by. The fact that you brought it here to me just humbles me. And once again, I can't thank you enough, because it's just I found things to be becoming somewhat stale in my life. And now you personally have lit a fire under me that I didn't know needed lighting. And then you bring me this. I'm humbled beyond measure. So thank you again.
Oh, well, I mean, I feel pretty humbled after that answer too. That was,
I don't feel any more humble than before.
Thank you, Corporal.
So I'll put it to you this way. You can leave here and take it with you, and that will be perfectly fine with me. But if you would prefer for us to keep it and we conduct some kind of trade, and hopefully I have something that would be useful to you, you can do that as well. What would you prefer?
Oh, kind of looks at the rest of the group. It's like, well, it's been a useful source of light, and if we needed it, we could use it to whack in the skull of a skeleton or something like that for sure. So maybe we just hang on to it for the time being. I defer to the rest of you on this. I just thought you're the first person, the first person who follows this faith that we've encountered. So we felt you should know it's out there.
Well, how about this? If you do decide to take it, for however long you may have it, if, as adventurers, which clearly you all are, you actually do live to a ripe old age, and you still have the weapon with you, I would simply ask that you bequeath it back to the church. It's the only thing I can ask. Tools are meant to be used.
Understood. Well, we're getting ready to, we're going to be leaving the city pretty soon. So I guess at this point, we'll take it with us. If we decide to come back and do some negotiation or something, we'll be back here. But otherwise, I guess we'll hang on to it for the time being.
Very well. Well, hold on one second. He kind of gets up, leaves the room for a minute, comes back. He's got a small little box. He opens up the box. Inside, there are a pair of goggles that look like similar to the monocle that Corporal just bought. But they are a whole set. Because if you need additional help seeing in the darkness, hopefully this will help. And he just kind of pushes the box right towards you.
Well, that's thank you. This
Very
will
welcome.
Be used as well.
And that's also what the church is here for, to help guide those who need guidance in whatever way they need.
So wait, you're just giving these to us?
Yes. As a gift.
Gorba looks shocked because he's like, this is crazy. Everything's a transaction. He's like, what?
Thank you. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Come on, Gorp. Come on.
His mouth is just like hanging open, like what? And that's his being pulled out.
Don't say anything. Just keep going. Come on.
And Mala's gonna extend a hand to Brom.
There, yeah, he just extends
I
his hand to
I
you.
will definitely take his hand, and it's like just like extend my greetings to your squire.
I will.
Don't think I'm gonna be sticking around long enough to really hang out with her again. But it was good meeting her.
I will let her know, and please be aware that you are all always welcome here in these halls.
All right.
Thank you. Also, when we come back through, I would like to have a battle with you.
He kind of raises an eyebrow. He looks at Drovar, and then he looks at you. He goes, I should be prepared by the time you return.
Perfect.
All right. The rest of you, a pleasure seeing you all again. Enjoy the rest of your days and safe travels.
You too.
Basha's like, someone needs to dust these books. It's really bad for them. And she's like, leaving.
Come on, Russia. Here we go.
He goes, yeah, you're right. I mean, some of the books are there for show, but you're not wrong. I will have somebody take care of that.
Right, it's like Drover's like pushing her out the door. It's like, yes, oh, bye. Oh.
Come on, Basha.
All right, you begin to you leave the Hellrider headquarters, make your way back to the tavern, and that is where we're going to take our break. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, everybody. When we get back, we will see what's going to happen next. All right, so stick with us. Okay, and we are back. So, as you all bring yourselves back to the tavern, you can see once again Vasily behind the bar, taking care of barkeep needs. And there's maybe about 4 or 5 individuals, one of which happens to be Leosin, who seems to be kind of sitting at a table. And as you enter the tavern, kind of waves for you, all of you, to kind of come over. Come over to the table. He says, "It's good to see you all. I know you're preparing for your journey and everything. But wanted to make sure that I grabbed you ahead of time. Well, first off, Anthar does want to see all of you, so he can figure out what you need, so he can have it prepared. When we spoke earlier this morning, it was very quick. So as soon as you can, he's in the building. He should be in his office. You can go speak to him. But I need to speak with Basha and Imala privately."
Yes.
All right.
So Drovar and Warple, are you going to make your way over to Anthar's, or are you just going to kind of wait? What would you like?
Do you think he wants to talk to all of us?
Probably.
Well, let's go see what it is. If it's stuff more about your group thing, I'll go take care of another errand. But let's see what he's got to.
Well, no, Leosin just said it was to, to basically tell him what you all need, so he can get your things ready for your journey.
I mean, if you got something to take care of, why don't you go do that? I can tell him what we need. I know I can supply up for us.
All right, just one thing. It won't take long. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. So Drovar, you take off. Vincent is just kind of like, he kind of looks at Drovar like, should I go with Drovar? Then he kind of looks at you, Gorple, and he's just kind of like,
no.
So he stops moving towards you, Drovar, and he just kind of shuffles over next to Gorple and goes, "I guess it's just you and me."
It'll be fine.
Okay. And kind of follows you. So Basha and Amala. He kind of waits for your companions to leave, and he goes, "All right. So you both said that you were interested in joining the Harpers. I'm not gonna lie, Amala. Paladins are not normally individuals that we have within the Harpers. And not that I'm saying you can't be one. But it's.
I mean,
if
you'd rather me not, we can. That's.
Oh,
okay.
no. It's a little unorthodox, but it's perfectly fine. Is what I'm saying. Mainly because we are somewhat of a secret organization, and we tend to not try to not draw attention to ourselves. But it doesn't matter.
No one will suspect a paladin. No one.
That's a fair point. But I just wanted to make sure before you continued that you understood essentially what you're getting yourselves into. What it means to actually be a Harper. Again, we do try to keep our identities secret. Sometimes Harpers don't even know each other. Usually, for example, I'm the one recruiting you two, so technically I would be the one in charge of your training. We are kind of in dire need at this point, so your training will most likely be on the job. But one of the most important things is that you keep your identity as a Harper, or those who harp, as we are also called, secret. It's not something we don't go around going, "Hey, look, we're Harpers." We don't do that. So if you have the inclination to do that about anything, it's probably not the organization you want to be part of.
I give Amala a playful shove. I'm like, I've never seen her before in my life.
All right.
Who are you?
Yeah. Okay. All right. I got it. Right. I just need to be sure. That's that you understand what it is. And clearly you both seem to be on that path anyway. The Harper Code. We work against villainy and wickedness wherever we find it. But we also work with the mindfulness of what those consequences might be. We definitely police our own. So if a Harper does go bad, which rarely happens, but if they do, we take care of it internally. Obviously, we protect those who cannot protect themselves. So this is in line with what we do. I can't give you the full. It would take too long, and we don't have the time. But while you are out there will be ways for you to connect. So I need both of you to hold your hands out, please. And as you hold your hands out, he takes and he places very delicately 2 pins in your hand. As you look at them, you can see that it's a round pin that has a moon shape. It has like a crescent moon, and in the crescent moon there is a harp, kind of sticking out of it. It's beautiful. It's silver, and it also kind of like a turquoise background, dark turquoise background. And before you actually get the opportunity to kind of examine it at length, he takes his pin off, and he takes the pin part of it, and he very quickly sticks both of your fingers till a little point of blood begins to weld. As it does, he does this in the hand that you're holding the pins. You watch as that little pinpoint of blood just sucks into the pin. And now in each of your hands, your pin is now glowing. Very, very slightly. Very slight. And then it fades. All right, so these are now attuned to you. Just for technical purposes, they are attuned to you, but they do not count towards your attunement, your 3 attunement slots. And then he continues to explain. So here's what's going to happen. So these are magical in nature, obviously, but they have multiple purposes. First off, if anyone tries to scry on you or use any kind of divination magic, specifically either one of you, won't work. That's what the pin does protect. Again, it's one of the ways we protect our anonymity.
Wow.
Secondly, if someone tries to detect any magic from your pins, won't happen. Won't work.
Oh.
Additionally, it also holds 2 other purposes. As a bonus action, you can will the pin to look like another piece of jewelry.
Ooh.
You don't have to. It's no verbal, somatic, or material components. It is simply will. You can change it to anything similar in size to what it already is, and it's not very big. It's about the size of a $50. And lastly, if you are in an area where you need to report to a senior Harper about something that's happening, or some kind of information relevant to whatever it is that you're trying to do, that especially since I've already given you your first assignment, you can will your pendant to essentially reach out to another Harper. You won't know who they are, you won't know where they are, but they will get for lack of a better term, a notification that there is a Harper in the area of a lower rank that requires their assistance, and they will attempt to find you. Now, I can't even give you. We don't even have time to go over the code words or the code songs. None of that. Just be mindful and know that most harpers, not all, but most harpers tend to speak in various phrases and strange codes that you might be confused by. Bear in mind, they might actually be a harper, or they might sing odd songs around you. Something that they do. So bear in mind that they might be a harper. There are strange bards out there. Don't even get me started. I can tell you stories. But
Oh, I know some strange bards in my time.
I'm sure that the barding profession is just... Anyway, we use songs to identify each other. Just be mindful of those. Again, I don't have time to teach you any of them, but you know, we'll go from there. And usually, those of your rank have problems remembering them anyway. You learn as you go, so it should be fine.
Bosch looks slightly insulted, like I remember things. I read all the time, but it's fine.
Leeson, so are
Yes.
we able to will this pin to perhaps like send a notification to you specifically, or is it just random?
No,
Of
it
whoever's in
will.
the
It
area.
will try to reach out to the closest harper to you.
Okay.
They
Of a higher rank.
of a much higher rank. They will. It is as you progress in rank, your pins gain more abilities to assist you in your tasks. So a higher rank will know exactly where you are, not necessarily who you are, but where you are and in a general vicinity, and then we'll try to make contact with you. And you can only use it once a day, so it's not like you know keep trying is like, all right, are you there, are you there? It doesn't work like that. It's just once a day. And there are two of you, so if you are together, you can use it in a very interesting way. But only once a day.
Mala's gonna pin it on herself and will it to make it look like a little dragon head, like a little Bahamut head.
You watch it to immediately turn into what looks like your holy symbol for your Bahamut holy symbol.
Imala will put her, or Imala, sorry, Basha will put hers on, and I don't know why I said Imala. I'm also Imala now. This is part of my plan for
We're all
disguising
Imala now.
self. We're all Imala now, if anyone asks. So she's gonna put her pin on, and then will it to become like a rose shape that kind of like matches some of the embroidery on Jan's stuff. So yeah,
and you watch as it turns into this beautiful rose with gold highlights. And the stem itself is actually gold with gold leaves.
yes.
All right. So, all right. Excellent. All right. I'll let you go with your companions. Go to Anthar, and I'm sure he's waiting for you to figure out what he needs to get you.
Thank you, Leon. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And he gets up and he just walks out of the tower. All right, so you catch up with Gorple and Vincent as they are kind of making their way into the building. You all kind of knock on. You don't see Thothus at all, but the Othar's office door is closed. You knock on the door.
Well, where's Drovar?
Oh, he said he had a minor errand to take care of.
Oh,
He'll be right
okay.
back.
Who goes?
Corporal and friends.
Right, come on in.
All right, you enter, and Arthur is what is Arthur doing at this moment? What would Arthur be
you
doing?
see that the some of the refuse from Leosin and Anthar's meeting has been cleaned up, but there's this big map. There are daggers stuck in it. There seems to be another board has been added with various notes and sketches of various people, and it looks like, much to what he said to you when you met, they are beginning the process of gathering data, reaching out to contacts, etc. It seems like this is essentially like this is the first day of beginning the investigation, is what it looks like. Whether there are other moving parts, who's to say? But clearly, this is one of the main hubs. Antar is writing something, standing on a stool because he's a dwarf, and he's writing something on a note, and he seems to pin it next to a sketch. And then he turns. You guys see heavy bags under his eyes. Clearly, still hasn't slept. His focus has been obviously elsewhere. All right. Yeah. Oh, it's good that you're here. I wanted to. Yeah. Come on. And Anthar goes over to his desk, and he pulls out a small box. As soon as he begins to move it, you hear the telltale rattle of coins against wood, and he puts it in at the edge of his desk towards you guys. I spoke with the armorer that you'd reached out to, and after some persuading, I was able to get you your coin back.
Great.
You are. Thank you so much, Anthar.
Wow.
Inside is 1,650 gold pieces.
I think me and Basha split that.
Mm-hmm, we did.
All right.
So wait, math.
Just take 825. I don't know how much I
Yeah.
paid. I don't know how much you paid. I feel
Yes.
like it's fine.
Yeah, I have a note. Basha and Gorple, 825 each. So 825 each.
Basha's like, oh no, I spent 300 gold earlier. Oh no.
Right. So now you folks say, I mean, I imagine you still want your armor, you want ropes, you want horses, you want the like.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to the armory. And when he says let's go to the armory, there's like a brightness to his expression. Oh, and I hope that belt's treating you well. And he kind of like taps you on the shoulder, Amala.
It is.
Yeah, which you have not identified yet.
Not yet.
Oh yes, I was supposed to do that. We can do that later, whatever.
When we're
All
settled
right.
down, we'll do it.
Come on. And Anthar starts to take you out of his office, and in fact, out of the building that you guys just walked into, and you see that there's a shack. It's not uncommon for a large building to have a shack nearby for storage. And he walks over to the shack, and he goes, now, these are some benefits of joining the Order of the Gauntlet. And he slides open this door, and when he says it, you're maybe, metal and armor and weapons. It is an empty shack, with a kind of a rod sticking out of the floor.
Armory?
Yeah, okay, well, we'll get to that. Just get inside.
All right. Well, Drovar ran off. He hopefully should be back shortly. Should I leave someone to wait for him?
I mean, yeah, he's not going to be able to find us where we're going.
Oh boy.
I
While we're
could-
waiting, Bosch is definitely gonna be sitting there, like, trying to, like, search for arcane, like, weirdness while she's, like, looking around the room.
I'm going to say, like, it very much looks like the inside of a shack. If you want to make an investigation check, you can. That it doesn't look like a regular old shack, but, like, there's nothing impressive or weird that pings your wizard sense.
Okay, yeah, no, a 14 investigation, so...
I'll say some of the floorboards seem like they have more use or less use than others. Like, if the
Okay.
shed, all the wood would have the same amount of wear and tear, right? The floor seems a little more worn than the walls necessarily. There's, yeah, it's nothing's like, what's happening? It's just like, that's weird.
Bosch definitely does that whole, like, bouncing up and down on the floorboards thing, like, checking to see, like, is they hollow? What is this?
I will say this: if we can come back and get him when he gets here, I can know when he gets here.
I mean, yeah, getting him just we won't be able to see him
Okay.
from where we are. So if you,
I
will-
pet Teague and I start whispering some ancient words of nature, and my eyes become the same lizard slit dinosaur eyes as his. I cast Beast Sense, and so every once in a while I'll just shoot my senses through Teague's eyes to see if Drovar appears.
Okay.
And it lasts for an hour with concentration.
Okay. Perfect. So
All right.
I will.
oh, go ahead.
So Drovar, you said you're on your way to the Lord's Alliance, right?
Yeah.
We're gonna jump to Drovar real quick. Drovar, you make your way to Lord's Alliance.
Yep.
You're inside. You make your way inside the building, and you see the familiar individual that you had met earlier. She's still sitting behind a counter, wearing her heavy armor, no helmet. Her wild blonde hair just kind of like out, like strawberry blonde hair. Her strange golden eyes, and she goes, "Oh, good to see you again. What can I do for you?"
Well, we're going to be heading up towards Baldur's Gate soon. We're still in pursuit of this dragon cult. Getting some.
Right. I sent that report, by the way.
Oh, good.
So they are in the know. So.
Oh, good. So I was hoping you could give me some contact information for someone I could talk to up in Baldur's Gate, because that's a direction we're headed. Or is that? Do we not have any?
We do. He's pretty intense.
I've met intense.
Sure you have. All right.
Oh,
All right, very well. Yeah, so if you absolutely have to, really have to deal with someone from the Alliance while you're in Baldur's Gate, you are going to have to meet with the Grand Duke. He's Grand Duke Ravengard. He is also the Marshal of the Flaming Fists mercenary company. Yes,
wait, is the Grand Duke? He's not the leader of the whole city, is he?
No, he's part of the Elders. Sits on the ruling. You don't know much about Baldur's Gate, do you?
Human cities come and go real fast for my.
All right. Well, yeah, that's true. He sits on the Council of Four. So there's 4 rulers in Baldur's Gate. He's one of them. But he also happens to be, in addition to being the Grand Duke and sitting on the Council of 4, he is also the Marshal for the Flaming Fist Mercenary Company, who they are the peacekeepers of the majority of the actual city. I'm not saying he's not a bad person. He's just very intense and very lawful. So if you come to him with something of a dubious nature, you might find the situation taken completely out of your hands. Because he feels that he would need to do. Again, depending on the situation. Which is why I'm just giving you forewarning.
Oh, no.
Should you need to, if you absolutely need his assistance, I mean, you're not going to find anybody else more willing to fight at your side, to have your back. But if it is something, again, if it falls within his purview as the Marshal or as the Grand Duke, you might find that situation taken completely out of your hands. And then, again, not knowing what you're doing, going to Baldur's Gate, it might not be the thing that you need done. So just putting that out there to you. But he is definitely our contact at the Baldur's Gate.
I can't imagine somebody just walking up and saying, "Hey, I need to talk to him." I'm not going to get an audience with him, straight up.
It might take some time. I mean, depending on your rank and All of that.
All right. Well, well, I just wanted to keep you folks up to date on what we're doing. You know, there's apparently the cult's infiltrated some sort of caravan. We're going to try to find them and figure out where they're going next. But it's going through Baldur's Gate, or it's going to be leaving there. So that's where we're headed next.
All right. Yeah. So, okay, good. Yeah. In a situation like that, are you looking to intercept them, to stop them?
Well, we're trying to find out where they're going. So it's not so much. We're not trying to stop them exactly. We're trying to track them because we want to get to the ones in charge. And they're
all right.
That sort of thing.
So here's my advice: if you have any issues where you're unable to either find them or you have found them breaking the law, then you might want to go to Grand Duke Ravengard. However, if they don't break any laws within the city and they conduct themselves within, the confines of what they should be doing while in Baldur's Gate, you're probably not going to find a lot of help or assistance from. I think that's probably the best way to put this.
Understood. Yep. All right. So, but if it turns out it's like, oh, we've got a giant army that's massing and going to be storming over here.
Oh, absolutely.
Perfect.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tell him immediately, and you have all the assistance you need.
Right. All right. Well, good. Okay. So if you can, just pass the word along. I just wanted to make sure I can check in with somebody up there, but well, we'll see if I get a chance to get in there.
I will make sure that they know that you are an ally of the Alliance and that you may be passing through Baldur's Gate. Just so you can keep your cards close to your chest should you need to.
All right. Is there anything else going on that I should be keeping an eye on, looking out for?
Not necessarily, no.
All right. Well, I'll be on my way then.
Well, and again, thank you for keeping us updated. I haven't heard back from your friend in Fandalen, but if I should, I'll hold on to it for you.
All right. Yeah, that's so Baldur's Gate. We might also be heading to Candlekeep. They've got lots of answers to questions apparently. So, but next chance I get to check in, I'll let you know.
Excellent. All right. Thank you for stopping by.
Okay. Shake her hand and start trotting back.
Okay. You do make your way back. You don't find your friends inside the tavern, so you do go towards the back and start looking around. Gorple, using your beast sense through Teague does see Drovar kind of like looking around, clearly looking for you all.
Drovar's here. And Teague I would have told Teague to go grab Drovar and take him toward the front of the shed.
Yeah.
What? Oh, did Gorp fall down the well? All right, get me to him.
He just pees on your boots.
It's magic. It just slides right off.
Yeah, and you come across a very indistinct looking shed with the rest of your group and Anthar.
Oh, glad you made it, boyo.
Hey.
Well, seeing as we're gonna be parting ways soon, figured I'd get you outfitted and ready to go and show you the true might of the Order of the Gauntlet. Get your arse in here.
Welcome to the shack.
I do that, yes.
I will say, when there's a lot of us in here, this shack is cozy. The Anthar kind of reaches past, slides the door, and locks it, like flips a latch to close it, and then he goes, "All right, everyone, keep your arms and legs inside the compartment at all times." And he flips a lever that's in that center kind of area, and you see that there is a gauntleted fist at the end of the lever. And as he does, you hear the grinding of gears and metal moving against metal, and you begin to descend. Drovar, if you've ever spent time in a mine, You've experienced exactly that.
Nice.
It's like, oh, yeah. All right.
But for anyone who hasn't been on a mine shaft elevator, welcome to a mine elevator.
Bosh is gonna like grab onto Imala, like, and then pretend like she didn't just do that, but then do it again. She's like, I don't like this.
I've never experienced anything like this before.
I've been working in a coal mine.
It goes on for a few moments, and others like, oh, I love this part. And what you're noticing is that the compartment, like the walls of the shed, are stationary, and above there is like you are watching Earth, raw Earth, kind of pass you by as you're going down, and then all of a sudden it gives away. It just is like it's gone, as clearly you've passed to where there's this open cavern, and like it's just a floor, a metal frame, no walls, and then clearly a mechanism to bring this thing down or up, hopefully. And as it's going, you guys are seeing this massively open, dark cave. You notice there are some lights below. You hear the pounding of metal on metal. Clearly there's more to this than just what meets the eye. And after a few minutes, you kind of get this top-down view of this kind of like large cavernous warehouse-like space, and from a glance you see smiths working, the smell of smelted metals, sweat, and that kind of earthy smell kind of rises up, and you see racks upon racks, blades, spears, axes, armor of different shapes, qualities, material, and like it's imagine a warehouse that's been kind of hewn from the earth. And then a few moments later, you land with a bit of a jolt. And he goes, "Welcome to the true power of the gauntlet." And Anthar kind of leads you forward, and you see other members of the gauntlet, kind of much like you saw members up there with different tabards and insignia. There's clearly another contingent that you haven't seen, or maybe you only saw in passing, but there are clearly smiths working down here, and like I said, arrows, bolts, crossbow, you name it, if it can be crafted from metal and wood, it is here. And he goes, "Well, look around, figure out what you need, and then and then we'll put it in the ledger, and yeah, the quartermaster will take care of all of it."
Directly to the plate mail.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see if there's any fancy like light armor that's like, which I don't know if you have, but I'm still gonna go look to see if there's any like clothing armor for mages.
Are you looking in the realms of like leather armor or like padded like clothing?
Probably padded. So there was something specific. I mean, I know you weren't with us for the Fandelver game.
Sure.
I'm having a smith try to make me like enchanted clothing armor. Like it's basically wizards' robes that's armor. So I'm looking to see just, hey, is there anything like that here? Probably not, but like Bosch is gonna go look anyway.
I'm gonna say, kind of at a glance, without more magical kind of investigation, nothing here is like, oh shit, that's a magic battle axe of like nothing rings, holy crap, that's magical. Everything looks well made and in some amount of bulk. And again, you kind of get the sense that like if Anthar needed to like have a militia of maybe 100, 200 people ready and armored in like 10 minutes, he could probably do it, is the kind of sense you're getting from down here. But Basha, nothing stinks, like reeks out as magical to you, and the armor looks a little more utilitarian than enchanted. Yeah, you guys see armor of all makes, shapes, and sizes. Amala, you are blessed with choice. You have heavy plated plate mail, you have plate mail of an elven style, of a dwarven style. It is all plate mail, but there are some, stylistic choices that are different.
I'll find one that actually fits me. Because I'm rather
Sure.
large.
Sure, and I'll say it takes you a little bit. There's clearly like average section, small people section, Goliath and big people section kind of thing. And you finally find and again, Shannon kind of out of game. This is your opportunity to be like, oh, I find this armor that has dragons all over it, or cool elven filigree, or like there's armor of all different qualities and styles. You can choose which one you find.
I would also suggest, Amala, grab a longbow if you don't have one.
Can
Ju-
do.
Just in case, because Drovar and I, in that last dragon flight when it was flying away, he picked up a longbow and he's one hell of a shot. May not be the best, but he hit, and I saw it.
I got it. It worked.
Yeah, well,
Didn't
you're,
hit it enough.
I mean, I'll tell you this, Amala, if you're a bit stronger in arm than sharper in eye, I got javelins. I mean, I'm filthy with javelins.
I'll have to take a look and see.
I was like, load up on those too, but I figure for long distance, a longbow is useful.
Right. So guys, just kind of let me know what you go for. If you want anything that is of a lot of quantity, if you're like, I want 45 longbows, we're gonna have a discussion. But if you're like, I want one longbow, please, you get one longbow. But, so anything that is a reasonable request, if it is of mundane make, you can get it.
Would they have? Oh, you go first.
No, go ahead.
Would they have a set of silvered short swords?
Silvered short swords? They don't seem to have any silvered on display. I don't know, Chris, unless you'd like to let them make a roll to see if there's a special one.
I'll say roll a d20 for me and let me know what you get. If you get 1 to 10, yes. If 11 to 20, it'll be no.
I got a 10.
Then yes, you only see about 6 silvered short swords. It doesn't look like this is something that they make all the time.
I will ask, may I take the two of those silver short swords?
You want 2? Now, seeing as you're one of mine and you just came up in rank, we generally like to do a barter system here. Now, I know that you are doing something on my and Leosin's behalf, and trust me, I am very much appreciative of it. Gorbel, would you have something for trade? Even standard short swords.
I grab 2 short swords, I pull out a spear, I pull out a light crossbow from this quiver. You can have all this stuff, I don't need it.
Great. Like, Altar happily picks up your lightly or heavily used, goods. All right, boys, we got a few more. He seems to call out to some of the smiths that are working.
Oh, does anyone... I kind of look at the party. Does anyone use a crossbow?
I got the longbow. That's fine.
All right, cool. I will also contribute 30 crossbow bolts to the armory.
Drovar, are you sure? Trust me, I have a heavy crossbow that I got from my uncle. That thing packs quite a punch.
Phased plasma rifle at 40 watt range.
Oh man!
Oh, you wanted plasma rifles? Right this way.
Right.
Whatever
Perfect,
you
yeah.
see, buddy. Whatever you see.
Yeah, just what you see, pal.
Don't push it, pal.
I would. I would definitely. I have in my inventory a light crossbow, but I'd trade
Sure.
up.
Sure.
Right.
I also have a crossbow, which I just found out today. So I'm like, oh, look! Something
Nice.
I never use!
Anthar takes you to the crossbow section, which is quite extensive. And, there's some light crossbows, clearly kind of like footman, infantry kind of level crossbows. And then he takes you to the heavy crossbows. And, these things are, half the length of your body. These things, they take some bulk and some muscle to kind of use. And he kind of picks one up, and, it's got iron wrought sights on the end, and it's clearly got a lot of dwarven runic. And again, it's not magic, or at least appears to not be magic in any way, but it definitely has that, this was dwarven made probably over a century ago, maybe 2, kind of thing. Now this This, I used this to kill a wyvern once. Oh, that was a day.
So got the tail. Apparently their poison, I hear, is pretty potent.
Yeah, no, it tried to sting me, but I snapped it on the snout, and it got the right idea. Here, see if you like it. And he hands you this heavy crossbow.
All right.
Again, same thing. If you would like to donate to the Order of the Gauntlet Fund, we happily do take refurbished or lightly used goods.
Imala is going to find the plate mail that has all the fancy, like, filigree dragons and stuff all over it.
Yeah.
Is it just regular, like, steel plate mail, or is it anything special?
The plate mail was probably made with several different alloys, but it functions as good old-fashioned plate mail. Bit of iron, bit of steel.
Yeah, you would just find that as plate mail. No +1s or +2s. Those would be
All right.
magical.
Yeah, because as I'm looking through, I was like, oh, armor of gleaming and like half plate and regular plate. Like, I think I found it.
Nope.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Basha might take a moment to kind of cast out feelers and like while this is all going on, because she doesn't really need much from here. She might cast detect magic just to see if there's anything magical down here.
Sure. You do notice that along the walls there seems to be an enchantment. It looks to be abjuration. Your wizard senses tells you it's probably protective in nature. And when you pass over a lot of the armor and weapons, you don't get much. But when you look over Froome, he is like a radiant outline of a person, just full bore of magic.
Yep.
And then it kind of calms down and as you move past him. But it doesn't seem...
I will also say you do see some of the blacksmiths and armorers, the tools that they're using and the anvils that they're using seem to have enchantment magic on.
Nice.
What did you recommend for me? You recommended javelins instead of longbow?
I mean, it really comes down to your... I mean, are you lithe and dexterous? Can you roll and good? Or if you got more strength in your arm, javelin will take you pretty far.
Well, no, I definitely think you should have javelins, but javelins only have so far of a range. It's more of like a longbow of like if the dragon has flown 200 feet away, taking a pot shot with a longbow is definitely going to be more able than using a javelin. So I'm just saying, kind of as a spare. It's not like this is reliable. Also, you see as Gorpal's walking, he's just shoving javelins into his quiver until he takes about 16. He's like, all right, I'm full up on javelins.
All right. Since you have javelins, I'll grab the longbow.
All right. Listen, Gorpal, that's I know I'm being very generous here. I'm not that generous. There's other people that I need to outfit, and some of these javelins are called for. If you take just 8 or 10, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, I was just
16
taking.
is
I was just
quite
taking
a few.
I just figured, all right, how many are you going to allow each of us to take? Because then I can just store them. That was my whole purpose. I don't need these.
How about each person takes the javelins they want, and you take the javelins you want?
Okay, well then I want all the ones I took, but I'll put back the ones you asked for.
Thank you very much.
So, Anthar, I'm
Hi.
going to take the plate mail, the longbow. I'll take probably 2 javelins, maybe. And what kind of arrows do you have? Like, where would I find the arrow section?
Oh, come on. And again, like, you notice, like, it is kind of a hike to get to these different sections. It's clearly well outfitted, but you see arrows of elven make, dwarven make, crossbow bolts, and he kind of picks up a quiver, looks to hold about 25 arrows, and he hands it off to you.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
What was the old armor you were wearing by chance?
Stop it. Chainmail. I'll probably donate the chainmail to the order.
Do you mind if we do the barter system that I have expressly made, kind of like the thing around here? The Order of the Gauntlet's all about sort of bringing up the new generation with the tolls of the old.
All right, I'm listening.
What I'm asking is if you wouldn't mind, we'd take your chainmail and give you the plate mail, and then this chainmail would be used for a squire, someone new coming into the order, that kind of thing.
Oh, of course.
Thank you, thank you. By the way, good choice on that armor.
Thank you. I thought it fit very well.
All right, but I'll upgrade to this crossbow, this bigger crossbow here, and I'll give you the lighter one because I can only fire one at a time. Oh,
Sounds good.
this looks like it's going to shoot through schools. Oh, yeah.
Too soon. Too soon.
Basha, I know that the arcane arts and martial weaponry don't necessarily go together, but if you'd like, I don't know, a dagger, a sling, I got them.
I feel like I should probably get something.
Man, you've come all this way.
How about I give you my old dagger and I just get the newer, fancier dagger? You have one that has like roses carved on it or something, so at least it looks cool. Or like black bladed or something.
I don't know about roses, but we do have some elven daggers that might fit that bill.
Yeah, I'll go look at that. And I'm pulling out my old dagger, like I'm definitely going to trade one.
Yep.
Ooh. Do you have weird things? And I pull out a boomerang.
I think your stick is broken.
Here, watch. And I just kind of throw it because it's a big cavern and catch it.
Yeah.
Gorple, make a dex check for me.
Natural 20. Come on.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. He actually, as it returns to your hand, you actually do a backflip and then catch it.
Yeah, it's a weapon used in the jungles of Chult because sometimes you don't hit, and as long as it catches the air current, it'll come back to your hand.
I mean, I'd use a crossbow personally, but I guess I can see the appeal. Sure. That is a bit of a odd weapon. I don't know. You know, I can ask some of the boys, see if they got something. They've been all around.
I also have a very strange item, but I doubt your people have it, and I'll pull out my hooked net, my barbed net.
Oh, you want to see the net section? We have a net section.
Yes, I do want to see the net section. I've lost all my nets, especially to horrible children.
Come on down. I don't know about that last part, and I'm not gonna press. But yeah, no, we have steel nets. We have barbed nets. For different scenarios. We have woven net. What are you interested in?
I mean, I'd love to have an extra barbed net and a steel net. That'd be great.
I could do one of each on those for you. Yeah, sure.
Great.
Basha, as you are looking at the daggers, you do find this kind of like section of like elven looking daggers with different kind of filigree. You do find a black bladed dagger where the pommel of the actual dagger itself has a small little, not a rose per se, but it just like has like a flower in the middle of it.
Basha's like, that's the one.
And as you're kind of looking, you do see there's a gnome who is just ripped. Like he's wearing he's not wearing a shirt, but he is wearing a leather apron, and he's got these huge goggles on that are covered in soot and dirt, and his face is kind of dirty, and he seems older, like an older gnome. He's got like white tufts just kind of like sticking out of his side. And as you're looking at the daggers, he just kind of comes over. He goes, wipes the soot off of his. Oh, hi. Oh, you're looking at my daggers.
This is your work?
Yeah.
These are beautiful. I love this dagger. I'm a fan of this.
He kind of looks over to Anthar. Anthar kind of gives him the nod, and he's like, "Yeah, well, if that's the way you want, yeah, I'll have to make another one. So no problem." He kind of like looks at you really, really close. You see his eyes, which are kind of magnified by the actual, like his eyes are just like super wide, but he squints and he goes, "You're one of them magic types, right?"
Yes, I am. I am a wizard from college in Neverwinter.
He begins very quickly, like walking around you, like looking you up and down. You got that pretty staff. Now you got one of my daggers. I got something special for you. And he turns around and he kind of like walks over to like this small rack. It actually has a cover on it, and he begins to like, he kind of lifts it, and he kind of like starts looking for something. Goes, okay, here it is. Closes it, comes over. He goes, here, hands you a small pouch. And inside the pouch are these small metal balls. And then he just hands you this odd looking thing. And you look at it, and it looks like a sling, but it has this metal handle on it. And he goes, this is my Sling 2.0. Here, watch. He takes one of the metal balls, he puts it in, and he just pulls it back while he's holding the handle and just releases, and you just watch it just rock it. He goes, I just made it. It's gonna make me a fortune. But I need somebody to test it out. You want it?
I mean, sure.
Okay. Hands it to you.
I actually have an old sling to trade. It's nowhere near as fancy, but
That's fine.
you know.
Takes it from me. He goes, we'll take it. It's fine. Okay. I'm going to put that in your inventory in between games, because it has something interesting on it.
Oh boy.
It's not magical, but it has something interesting.
I'm still excited.
But you look at it, and like the leather is like very well, like it's been well tanned, and it looks brand new. The handle is this kind of like black metal. It's just, but it feels cool in your hands. And the string seems elastic in nature.
Interesting.
All right. Arthur, please continue.
Yeah. Oh, so Drovar, just the crossbow? I mean, I got armor too.
No, taps the breastplate he's got. Is like, this thing actually has got a little bit of an enchantment on it to help me get out of the way of dragon's breath. So I'm not. And I like keep it light.
Yeah, all right. And Arthur kind of gives it a gauntleted kind of tap. All right, looks good.
Vincent kind of says, studded leather armor you have?
Oh, yeah, mate. Sure. And come this way. And Arthur leads Vincent very clearly to the lighter armor section. It's a little sparser than the metal heavy armor section, but there is certainly something to accommodate him.
Okay. Yeah, so he's going to take studded leather armor, and we'll let Matt decide what that looks like when he comes back. Yeah.
All right.
Drovar,
Okay.
have you ever considered maybe grabbing like a shield and like a one-handed weapon as just a just-in-case option?
No.
Okay, good talk.
Spoken like a true dwarf.
Good talk.
No.
Good talk.
Nice.
I mean, I got a dagger. If something swallows me, I can cut my way out with it.
I mean, you also have the necro knuck, so you really don't even need a dagger at this point.
The what?
The knuckles. Bocek's knuckles.
Oh, I do have those. Jeez, I've got to take a look at those. I've never even put them on. I gotta find them. I guess I do have them. What would they be in?
They are called necro knuckles.
All right.
Two words, not one.
All right. Listen, if that'll do it for arms and armor, then I will take you to our final destination before we return. Come on. And Anthar kind of takes you the long way around, kind of back in the direction of this mine elevator. And he takes you to this wall. And this wall has coiled rope, climbers kits, healers kits, ball bearings in tiny little sacks, caltrops. Just it is the general goods kind of wall. Please, before your journey, I do have horses, but they're gonna meet you. They're gonna meet you at the boat when you're finally ready to depart. So you'll have some mounts once you get to Candlekeep or Baldur's Gate. But yeah, this is kind of once you leave here, and not just here, but Eltegard in general, you're gonna be kind of on your own. So I want you to be as prepared as you can be.
All right. Any extra tools or general items that you see here that you think you're going to need?
I'm gonna grab a bag of caltrops, bag of ball bearings, another 50 feet of rope. I don't need a climber's kit. You guys might want that. Do we know if we're gonna be dealing with anything? I don't know. Like,
We have no idea what we're going to be dealing with. Could be anything.
I mean, he's got
I'll
healer's
grab
kits.
Always a good call.
Okay. Anybody else?
Will it be hempen rope or silk rope?
It's gonna be hemp rope.
Oh, okay.
Easier to mass produce.
Yep.
Cool.
All right. All right. Nothing else, everybody?
Grappling hook? Arthur kind of waves one at you.
Okay.
I'll take a grappling hook because I don't have one. It's like, wait.
yeah, we should probably grab some grappling hooks. That's not a bad idea. I will grab a healer's kit, even though I am trained in medicine, so I guess I can use it. Yeah, so I'll grab a healer's kit.
Okay. All right.
All right. If you're satisfied, and go ahead.
I'm going to retroactively say that I'm taking a dagger as well.
Sure.
Might as well.
No problem. All right. All right, so Othar does take you back through the extensive cavern, back up the elevator, and now you are all back in the comfy shack. And as you exit the shack, Othar, is there anything you'd like to say? As this is probably the last time that you will see them.
The shack opens, and you guys now much more armored, roped, whatever you have. Anthar just says, "Listen, it's been an honor getting to know all of you, and to know that when darkness rises, there are those who rise to stand against it. And it was one of my greatest regrets that me and Leosa didn't snuff out the cult when we had the chance. So thank you, truly. There may come a time in the future, once we know more about this cult, once we know more about their doings and their goings and their comings, that I might join you, Leosin as well. But for now, it's up to you. Barakova. And anyone who speaks Dwarven is basically, it's kind of like a cheers, good fortune, health kind of Dwarven saying. And he kind of gives you a nod, and Anthar will retire back to the sanctuary that he has given you so far.
Okay.
Thank you very much for all of your help, Anthar. It means the world.
As you kind of turn to make your way back towards the tavern, you do see a floating, cross-legged ruby dragonborn who is just kind of seemingly waiting for all of you. And as you
Hello,
approach...
Pirog.
Oh, hello. I have been waiting for you to conduct our ritual. Are you prepared?
I am prepared.
Your friends may come if you so wish.
I would very much like them to be there.
Excellent. Please, all follow me. Leads you back into the tavern, and you all head back down to the fighting pit, which is not exactly set up for any particular fights or anything, but it is lit, and it seems that the ritual is being prepared in the actual fighting pit itself. The rest of you, Kirad does instruct you, Amala, to kind of sit towards the middle of the fighting pit, and asks the rest of you, please, if you would just find a comfortable place around, should be fine. You do see that incense is already like heavily burning. There is kind of like a slight haze around the actual pit itself. There are candles of various colors: red, sapphire, diamond, like just different gem colors that are lit all around the actual pit itself. Kirad does ask everyone that in this moment to please be as quiet and respectful as possible. And I also ask that you might see some disturbing things to do not react violently or in any way, because it may actually hurt Imala more than help. So please just bear that in mind. So as he finishes giving these instructions, Amala, he kind of sits, like floats low in front of you, still cross-legged. It looks like he's sitting on the sand, but he's actually like maybe half an inch off the sand. He kind of floats towards you, and then is like maybe a foot away from you. Now, what I am about to do, Imala, is as you have listened to what I have said, and you say that your mind is open to these things.
Yes.
You and I are going to take a journey of the mind, which will allow you to gain more understanding. But it might be painful for you. I just want you to be aware. I'm not going to cause you any harm. It is the process itself, the ritual, which is why I took most of the day to prepare to make sure that you would not be harmed. But every individual is different. And I have done this a number of times. I want you to be aware.
Thank you for the warning. I do appreciate it, and I will gesture to everyone and be like, did you hear that, everyone? It may be painful. Please do not disrupt this process.
And you're okay with doing this, Imala?
I'm perfectly fine with this.
Okay.
I feel like this is a path that Bahamut wants me to take.
Well, just in case this is weird and I don't like it, know that we are with you and that together we can all do anything. And I will emboldening bond Amala, myself, and I'll also extend it to the person guiding the meditation.
Okay. All right. So you cast your spell, and as you do, you see that Kirad has already begun to close his eyes. And as he closes his eyes, you all kind of hear this kind of low, almost like, and for you, Gorple, this actually seems very soothing for you and familiar. It's almost like this kind of throat singing. But it's not coming physically from Kirad. You're hearing it in your minds. And as this goes on for you, Amala, it's getting louder and louder. And you feel your eyelids getting heavier and heavier. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, Amala.
All right, wisdom saving throw. That is a 12, unless you guys want me to use a or group inspo if we have any.
I feel like they're all yours at this point.
And also, you get a D4 to that roll.
All right. So yeah, okay. I'll re-roll and then do the d4.
Okay.
All right. Well, we're gonna go with a 12
Okay.
plus 3, so that's a 15.
Okay. So as your eyelids get heavier and eyes begin to close, you feel almost as if you're being pulled. This is actually a similar sensation to how you felt when you were pulled into the hunter's livery. But it's less abrupt. It's almost as if someone picks you up and is now kind of gently pulling you somewhere. As your eyes open, you find yourself almost in pitch blackness. It's almost as if you are standing on some kind of platform and there is just a spotlight of light on you. And you can see the ground that you're standing on. And it is not ground. It is this metallic color. It's not steel, it's not anything you've seen before, but it's this kind of platinum color. But you are in this almost like circular light, and as you look up to see where the source of light is coming from, you actually don't see a source of light. It just is there. You look down at yourself and you're you. You are in your armor, you have your weapons with you. You are you. And standing to your right is Kirad, floating cross-legged in the air. And as you kind of acknowledge Kirad there, you begin to hear, are those birds? And you hear this kind of melodic, like whistling. And immediately coming out of the darkness, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little yellow canaries begin flying around in a circle. And they seem to almost kind of be following the darkness that is encircling you. And immediately after the canaries make their way and begin, they're still tweeting and singing their beautiful melodic bird song.
Do I know, I know what this is? I know what the canaries are.
Shannon
knows.
Yeah, I will say this is going to be a religion check. For you, it would be at advantage.
All right, with advantage. That is a 23.
23. You have heard in the tales of Bahamut that occasionally when Bahamut does make themselves known, sometimes he is accompanied by 6 yellow canaries that are actually gold dragons in disguise. But as you kind of think and you kind of see this and you get this kind of smile on your face, you hear from out of the darkness,
"Well, isn't this interesting?"
Out of the darkness, you watch as this very attractive human, blonde hair, blue eyes, very, very tan skin, wearing what looks like adventuring clothing, green and silver shirt. The vest itself is green. Comes walking out of the darkness towards you and Kirad. As Kirad sees him, immediately stops floating and falls to his knees and just bows.
And Mala will follow suit.
As this figure approaches, Kirad, you hear Kirad say, "It is good to see you, grandfather." You hear,
Kira, it is good to see you as well. I always enjoy seeing you. It always reminds me of Sadia and the Mala. Didn't think you would find Kirat this fast. I'm glad you did. Welcome.
I am as well.
So, you are here. I am here. Never thought that we would meet quite like this.
and you watch as the canaries begin to converge on the three of you and begin kind of flying around the three of you. Still tweeting, still singing their canary song. Bahamut, clearly this is Bahamut, looks down at you, Amala, just kind of raises his hand for you to stand. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw again, Amala.
4. That is a 22.
Okay. The rest of you, as you are just kind of watching the two of them, just kind of, they seem to just be sitting there. They are kind of like there's this intense, like heavy breathing. The rest of you swear you can hear birds singing. So Amala, as you are, as you stand and Bahamut is just kind of looking at you smiling. You are, this is, from the stories that you've read, this is a form that Bahamut likes to take, specifically when entering the mortal realm, which is very, very rare. And he just kind of looks at you, smiles.
You cannot stay here for very long. It is not safe for your mind. But clearly Kirad has spoken a bit to you of what you should know. So please take this opportunity to ask me anything that you'd like. I'll answer what I can. You cannot stay here for very long. It's not safe.
Information been kept secret? Why isn't this taught to everyone? Why are the gem dragons kept as a myth with everyone?
Well, the truth is, they were in danger. I didn't believe it, but Sardiar knew. And we decided, in order to protect them, and honestly all of our children, that they should be kept secret. For now. Clearly the voice of Sardiar has decided otherwise this time. Which actually seems right. As to why the truth of existence has been kept secret. Imagine all of the different followers of all of the other different gods learning that their gods are the ones who created this world. Do you know what kind of chaos that would bring?
Quite a lot of chaos.
Indeed.
With them torturing Tiamat is the way that it made her now, correct? That is... She is the way she is because of the other gods.
You watch as his smile kind of fades slightly and he sighs. And you can feel this incredible weight that seems to almost push down on you. I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
That is a 27.
So the rest of you, as this is happening, you watch as a small trickle of blood begins kind of coming out of Amala's nose. Amala, you don't know that that's happening. Bahamut continues.
I think the best way I can explain is, well, gods are gods. Deities, whatever you want to call them. When they came into this world, they were much like children. They didn't understand what I had created, what we had created. What they knew was they needed it for their followers. So they made some mistakes. Made some big mistakes. And yes, Tiamat is not what she once was. And I have tried many times to bring her back. There is no coming back. Not for her. And while it does make my heart heavy, the reality is the only thing we can do now is try to fight what she does. Try to push back against the followers that she controls. It's all we can do now. It's unfortunate.
My companions and I have actively been fighting against one of her cults. It has been trying.
You need to stay strong, Amal. This is not going to get easier.
I know you sent me on this path for a reason. I'm glad that I followed your path to here.
I have a question for you, Amala.
Of course.
I want you to think about the answer before you do answer me. How do you wish to live your life?
I wish to live my life happy and in service protecting others. That has been my view of life. As you know, I was chosen at a very young age to follow in this path as a paladin. And I do believe this is my calling and what I was put here for. I would like to keep the light.
That is your calling. True, because I am the one that chose you. But that is not a life. That is a calling. You may choose to follow a path. You may choose to have a calling. But it does not define who you are. I have many followers in the world who do not pray to me. They live their lives the way they feel their lives should be lived. And in living those lives are my children. And while you were chosen, doesn't necessarily mean you have to follow my example. You are your own person. I want you to ponder what that means to you. Don't do things for me. Do things because they are right. Do things because it is the life you wish to live. Do not give up who you are for anyone, not even a deity. This is going to be very important as you move forward on this path.
Thank you for opening my eyes. I would have never thought of it that way.
There are many who wish to follow this path and believe that they must give up things. They must take things away from their own lives to succeed in this path that they have chosen, or that may have been chosen for them. But that is not a life. I do not wish for slaves. I wish for those who wish to live life to do so. And if they just happen to follow my path while doing so, so much the better.
I must say, though,
I hope this makes sense to you.
it does. Though I must say I am quite happy and content in making friends that I have, the people I'm currently traveling with. And they have definitely opened my eyes, and I have learned a lot from them so far. Hopefully I can continue to learn from them.
I hope so too. I really like the grunt.
I will tell him that.
He is quirky. I like that.
He is. And he has, when I did not believe, he believed. We are currently dealing with the dragon eggs that I've prayed to you about. And he was the one that believed that they could possibly change. So I have not thanked him yet for that.
Bahamut smiles a little bit and he just kind of nods. I need you to make another wisdom saving throw.
That's only a 13 this time.
Okay. The rest of you, as you're watching this, bird song still happening. The room is now getting a little darker. The only light is now the candles that are lit around the actual pit. You all start to see blood coming from the second nostril, and now what looks like blood coming out of her ears.
He said not to do anything violent, correct?
That's what he said.
Do I have a feeling, being a person who has experienced ritual? Oh, sorry. That if I were to heal her with magic, that it could interrupt this?
You could certainly try.
Okay, so I don't want to touch her. So I just go, Amala, you got this. And as I do it, the last syllables of my words kind of just warble, and I will cast a healing word of first level at her.
Okay. How much do you heal her for?
5.
Okay. As you do, the blood flow does seem to lessen. No adverse effects that you can see. Amala, Kirad is still kind of in the bowing position, has not moved. And you just watch a big smile come up on Bahamut's face.
I really, really like that grunt. Yes.
I do have maybe just one more question for you. Kirad had mentioned about seeking out a gem dragon. Where am I able to locate one? Or how am I able to locate one?
I can't give you all of the answers because the experience of your journeys is what you require. But I can tell you this. One of Sardior's thanes you will find in the Underdark. Her name is Charisma, and she's waiting for you. Continue the journey that you are on. I will tell you, if you continue going down the path you are with your friends, you'll find her.
I expect to do great things with the people I'm currently with.
I hope so, but that's not what I chose you for. If the great things happen, believe me, I'll be very happy for you. But at the very least, you need to stop this cult. One way or the other.
We're heading to Baldur's Gate. We're going to also go to Candlekeep, and we will hopefully be able to take care of this cult and stop Tiamat the best that we possibly can.
Safe journeys, safe travels. You cannot stay here much longer.
Thank you for everything.
Of course. Travel well, my child.
He looks down at Kirad, just kind of nods, and then he just turns around very, very slowly, walks back into the darkness. The six little canaries follow. They disappear into the darkness. Immediately, your eyes open. Amala, your head feels like somebody has been taking your head and smashing it against a stone wall. You kind of reach down and you have blood, just kind of like running down your nose, some on your ears. Through that whole process, you took 20 points of psychic damage.
Cool.
But Gorpal did heal 5, so 15. Kirad slowly begins to open his eyes. And as he does, you just watch the light in the room come back up. The haze of the incense seems to dissipate. He just kind of looks around. He looks at you, Amala. You are alive. This is good. Very good.
I'm elated. I'm feeling many emotions that I cannot currently describe, but that was wonderful, Kirad. Thank you.
That was. I mean, I've spoken with Bahamut before, but that was the longest conversation that he's had with anybody that I've done this with before. I knew you were special.
I am his champion after all.
Oh.
So I do feel like someone has been beating me about the head.
That's unfortunately a side effect of the ritual. But you're alive, so that's more than some others can say. So very good for you.
Thank you again. Thank you.
You're welcome, and that's also good news to know that Charisma is alive. I had hoped and felt that the Thanes were still about, and
Kind of gem dragon is she?
Charisma is a sapphire dragon, and given that she is alive, she is ancient. You can find her. Please, you must let me know that you find her.
I will send word back to you. Are you planning on staying here?
I will be here for the foreseeable future. Yes.
Then I will send word once we find her. And Amala's gonna look around at everyone and be like, "It's okay, everyone. I'm alive. I will explain in detail later. Also, Horpel, Bahamut really likes you."
Weird.
He says you're a quirky, and he likes you.
I mean, I can't say I feel the same, but thanks, I guess. And as she says it, I kind of touch Mala, and my hand glows as I whisper words of nature, and I'll cast the 2nd level Cure Wounds.
Do you touch her directly on her skin?
No, I touch her on her armor.
Smart.
Heal 6
I had
movement
to ask.
points.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So Kira kind of looks at all of you and says, oh, I have a lot to think about. I must contact my other heralds. This is very important information knowing that Charisma is alive. So I will reach out to them to let them know. But you have a journey ahead of you. So it was a pleasure meeting all of you. Mala, you take care of yourself, and I hope to hear from you soon.
Of course, thank you again, and Amala will extend a hand.
Excellent. Reaches out and shakes your hand, and you can feel like, again, just like that hard rock feel to the grip. It's not just a strong grip, like the scales themselves are just hardened, almost like hardened gem. You all kind of begin to walk upstairs to the tavern. Amala, you're kind of processing a little bit of what's happening, what's just happened. And as you kind of enter, you can see Thottis is in the doorway. And as you kind of emerge from downstairs, just kind of waves you over. As he goes, okay, I have your horses, and I have to introduce you to the boatman. Come. And kind of turns and begins kind of like leading you down to the docks.
We should probably grab our things.
Yeah.
You want to we gotta grab our things to go.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yes.
Thottis immediately. You. Let's go. Immediately, 4 people who are sitting in the tavern get up.
We have to get our private thing first, and then we'll be good.
We'll wait for you outside.
Okay.
All right. So you collect your gat, you collect your stuff, you collect your eggs.
Yep.
We
I
really should have
used my
had some
thing.
crates built for these while we were here, you know.
That would have been smart.
I mean, we're in a room full of crates. Is there a crate big enough for each egg?
There are
Cool.
crates big enough for each egg. Yeah.
Crate in the eggs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get it just to have some cushion.
Yeah.
I'll still make
Packed
a disc so we
I'll
can
put-
like float them downstairs.
I'll put some hay and like 10 gold pieces sprinkled in each crate. Well, they're dragons. They need a horde.
Sure. Yeah, easy enough. You get them in the crates. You get them on Bosch's floating disc. You make your way outside, and the 4 individuals that Thaddeus got begins kind of like grabbing your stuff, whatever you allow them to take, and just kind of like start taking them and to help you down to the docks.
Retroactively, while we're
Yes.
crating up the eggs,
Mhm.
Amala's going to look at Gorple and be like, hey, Gorple, thank you for believing in these eggs.
Okay.
Just-
You're welcome. I mean, I just think really it's just believing in life. The idea that you make choices after you're born, not before. And I think that especially creatures of magic, no choice is true. It's magic. Who the fuck knows? You know? So I appreciate that. You know, I'm not the wisest and smartest all the time, but if I learned anything in Chult, it's most things are bad. But when I've been here with Bocek and my friends, a lot of things turn out a lot better. So
You brought me back on the right path, and I also want to thank you for that. I was not thinking clearly when it came to these. I only saw the color of the egg and not what they could possibly be.
Vincent pipe. You hear Vincent pipe up. We should still destroy him. I'm just saying.
And Maul's gonna glare at him. I still don't like you.
It's not safe. Okay, I'm just saying.
but thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, let's go figure this stuff out. You're fine. You're doing great.
All right, so you start making your way over to the docks. Thaddeus is just kind of like giving orders to these 4 individuals. They take your things, and you eventually make your way to the docks. And waiting at the docks, you see these 4 massive war horses, fully armored, fully bridled, just beautiful war horses. And this is the point in time again where whoever takes a horse can figure out what that horse looks like, make it nice and pretty for horse that you want to ride. But you have 4 war horses, and you watch his status like, all right, so this one's Finnegan, this one's Dimple, this one's Conquest, and that one is Shasta.
I'll take Finnegan.
I'll
Okay.
take Dimple.
Okay.
Take Conquest.
Okay. Vincent's like, I guess I get Shasta. And
I have a ride.
yes, you do. Which is
We're a
why
little slower. We're a little slower than horses, but we'll figure it out.
I
You can
will.
always hop on with me.
I'm gonna like pet the mane on Dimple and just be like, "Oh, you are not Hank, but I will still love you."
And these are big horses. These are not small horses. These are big. Drovar, they found a horse.
I'm gonna have to use my damn boots just to get into the saddle.
Yeah. The horses. I mean, the bridles. It's interesting as you all get on the saddles. You look on the saddles. There are like these various buckles and belts that you realize are there for fitting the actual saddle to different sized humans. So while the saddle does itself seem very big, once you get on it, you can kind of strap yourself in without any issues. But yeah, you can figure out what your horse looks like, and then just make sure you let me know. And then Thaddeus does introduce you to the boatman. And as you approach, it's not so much a boat as it is a barge. But it is rather large. And you see this kind of older human gentleman, long, full beard, almost down to his stomach. Very simple, kind of like sailor type clothing, cut bald on top, and the beard is also there. There is like also a massive like mustache that practically covers the mouth. And as Thaddeus just kind of introduces you, he kind of steps up. He goes, "That's all right, boy. I've got this. I'm Elias Litwiller, captain of this boat, the Fair Maiden. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I got my orders from Froome. I'm at your disposal for whatever you need. So just let me know when you're ready to set sail, and we'll be on our way. I would need to know our first destination, though."
I think we're pretty much ready, are we not?
Yeah. Teague, hop on the boat, and then I jump in the water and take a swim to the boat.
I mean,
I
the
think
boat
it's-
is like right there next to the dock, so
I know.
yeah, but you can still jump in the water. It's fine.
I'd rather swim.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
it's Candlekeep, is it not?
So Candlekeep it is. All right. So we make our way. All right, let's get everything in the hold, and let's get the horses inside, and we'll be on our way within the hour.
All right.
All right. So they pack up your things. They get the horses actually down into the cargo hold. It seems like there are also like a makeshift stable down in the hold. They get the horses down. Horses don't seem very happy about it, but they don't like fight back. There's definitely, you can tell that the horses are not happy to be on a boat. Not their first time. But you do kind of, as soon as you kind of make your way, the captain just starts kind of giving orders to some of his crew. They do show you down in the hold on the opposite side of the boat. There are actual sleeping quarters for all of you. It's like one large room with various hammocks, but there are places for you to sleep. He kind of looks down at Gorple in the water. So your wet friend there is he gonna get on the boat because we're gonna go pretty fast. So
Gorple, you're getting on, right?
Yeah, I just kind of as I climb up the side.
all right, it's
Oh,
good.
wait, hold on. I'll be back. And I run off the boat. And
All right.
Drover runs. He's like, 200. He keeps going and keeps going. He's about 400 feet away. He's like, okay. Ha! And he uses the cape and reappears in the dressing room, in our cabin.
Okay.
I had to make sure I knew how it worked.
The captain is looking where you ran, and he just looks at the rest of you. He goes, "Is he coming back?"
Yeah, he's probably already here, to be honest.
Oh, did you just hear that? There was like a shift of like 300 pounds to your boat.
Oh,
Clunk, 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 clunk. That was great.
Ah!
oh,
Oh, it works. Fantastic.
It works. It's great. Oh, again, I feel like I can. There's room for one more. We'll have to try it. Yeah, tomorrow.
magic people. All right,
Ah.
just get yourself settled, and we'll get going. This is gonna be a trip. I can tell already. All right, so Candlekeep it is. All right, let's get this party moving. And that is where we're going to call it for the evening. As you are now
Yeah.
all on your way to Candlekeep. Yeah, this should be interesting. I want to give a very, very special thank you to Rennie for playing Ontharfroom for us. I can guarantee you this will not be the last time you see Rennie in this game. Because Rennie is fucking awesome. But thank you so much for playing Onthar. I can't wait to get you back when
It's been a ton of fun. This
Yeah.
group is great, and you let me get away with a lot of shenanigans, so I'm in.
And it was great to see you again. I haven't seen your face in literally forever.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
So, but that was great. And Amala still has that belt that she has not gotten identified yet. So it's just like
Next time.
It's cool.
Yeah,
It's
next
pretty
time.
cool.
Yeah,
Just saying,
pretty
it's
cool.
cool.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty funny. But yeah, thank you so much, Rennie. I can't wait to get you back when these jokers are actually in a position to actually have you back. But we'll see what happens. But thank you again so much, Rennie. It's a pleasure as always. And thank you to my wonderful players for an amazing session. Even though it was mostly a shopping session, it was a really good shopping session.
It was a lot of fun. I
Yeah.
really enjoyed the thing with Kieran.
Our short session.
Yeah,
Our
Yeah.
short session. I never that's why I didn't say anything in the beginning, because I was like, this is all dependent on them how short this is going to be. So it's that I can never say short because
It's fine.
it's
At
fine.
least the episode is ending with us leaving the city.
Yes.
Yes.
But again, thank you to my players, and thank you to all of you who are watching and being a part of this. Spending your channel points on inspirations and helping us out in that way. We love you so much. Thank you so much. As we end, we are again going to rate someone who has shown us support and is also deserving of support. So don't leave right away when we raid. But remember, please be kind to yourself, be kind to others. We love you all very much. See you next time.